Betty's Soliloquy by Fanny, Fern. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Betty's Soliloquy. Hard to live out? Well, that's just as you choose to take it. Some folks have no faculty at getting along in this world. My name is easy, and my nature is ditto. When I go to a place I always say yes to everything they ask me. I never make an objection to doing anything. Of course my mistress likes that. As to really doing all I promise to do, leave me alone to manage that. With as innocent a face as the baby I take care of. Now, for instance, suppose she sends me up into the nursery to get the child asleep. It is tiresome work. There's a great deal of coaxing, and twisting, and wriggling, and rocking, and singing to be done, before that can be brought about. And it tires me, and I don't like it. But of course I reply, "Certainly, ma'am," when she bids me, and I take the child upstairs. Then I sit down with it, and just hold it in some uncomfortable position, so that it will cry loud enough to fret its mamma. Then she bears it a while, thinking baby will stop by and by, but baby somehow don't stop. Then she comes up and says to me, "Betty, what do you think can ail baby?" And I ask it, and hold it up to my face and say, "Poor little dear, I am afraid it has a bad stomach ache. It won't be easy, anyhow I try." And then she says, "Well, I'll take it a while, Betty, and see if I can't soothe it asleep." And I say, "Oh no, ma'am, it is a pity you should tire yourself with the child." And she, seeing me so willing, just takes it, don't you see? That's the way to do. There's no use in fighting one's way through the world when a little cunning answers just as well. Well, then my mistress likes baby to go out of doors a great deal. Now, as a general thing, I never engage to live with a lady who don't keep her own carriage on that account. It's very nice to be sent out in a carriage with the baby, for an airing with John, the coachman, particularly when John is agreeable, which is sometimes the case. It makes a body feel like somebody to say, "John, you may drive here," or "John, you may drive there." But of course one cannot always get a place to one's mind, and so when my mistress uses her feet instead of a carriage, she needn't think that I shall do it any more than I can possibly help. So when she tells me to take baby out, I say yes'm, as I always do, respectfully I hope, and I go out, and out I go, and make for the first kitchen where I have a pleasant acquaintance, and baby can wait till we get through our gossip, which is not very soon. Of course, I never take a little telltale of an older child with me on such occasions. I tell mistress I'm so afraid of its getting run over, or something, while I'm minding baby. Then as to my privileges, I hope I know enough to have one of my friends, sick or dead, if I want an evening out. There can't anything be said against that, you know, if one is only judicious enough not to have it happen too often. Sometimes I come across a mistress who is too keen for me. Now I never like to live with a lady who has grey eyes. In that case we have a mutual inclination to part, of course, but as a general thing I find my way of managing first rate, because I give no impudence, you see, which is what most ladies are so touchy about. As to conscience, humph, where are their consciences, I'd like to know? It is a poor rule that won't work both ways. I should be worn to a skeleton if I kept a conscience. End of Betty's Soliloquy by Fanny, Fern.
The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. He hesitantly walked up the broad stone steps. He was not yet used to the silent dignity of the hospital atmosphere. Inside, he took off his soft hat, crushed it in his hand, and instinctively softened his footfalls as he stepped to the information desk. "Mrs. Follis?" The girl silently plugged in the switchboard. A question. An answer. "Corridor B, room 8. They are waiting for you," she said. Softly, almost on tiptoe, he walked down the long corridor, passing a nurse in the light blue, white-trimmed uniform distinctive of the hospital, turned to the right, and lightly tapped at the door on which the figure 8 appeared. A nurse opened the door, looked at him, turned, and beckoned to someone in the room. A physician, young, alert, came to the door, glanced at him a moment, came out and closed the door behind him. The man before him nervously moistened his lips. The physician looked at him keenly. The man's eyes returned the look questioningly. "The time's almost here," said the physician. "It's serious. The mother or the baby. I've told her. She says to speak to you." A lightning expression passed over the man's face. The physician's boring gaze noted, but did not fathom it. "May I see her?" "Yes, but only for a minute." The physician turned and opened the door. The man advanced haltingly in the semi-darkness to the bedside. "John!" The two weak arms reached up and clasped him around the neck. "The doctor says," her voice croaked. "The doctor says," she whispered in weak tones in his ear, "that it is baby or me." A flash of pain winced her face, and she paused as it took her breath. In a moment, "I told him I'd leave it up to you," she whispered as it passed. My brave girl, I want you. Of course I want you," he answered, low-voiced but vibrant. A look of ineffable joy came over her face. "He wants me," she said feebly, bright-eyed, joy-flushed, to the physician standing at the bedside. "He's come back at last, and he wants me." A spasm of pain convulsed her. The physician leaned over quickly and turned to the table of instruments at his side. The nurse gently took the man's arm and led him to the door. Even in her pain, the woman's eyes lovingly followed him. The door closed. A moment passed. It opened again, and the man's head appeared inside. "Doctor," he whispered softly. The physician turned, looked, walked to the door. The man beckoned silently, and the physician went outside, closing the door quietly behind him. "Well?" he questioned. "Save the baby," the man replied. The physician stared at him, turned, and re-entered the room. The end of The Choice by Eugene Guillaume.
The Cormorants of Andvaer by Jonas Lie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cormorants of Andvaer. Outside Andvaer lies an island, the haunt of wild birds, which no man can land upon, be the sea never so quiet. The sea swell girds it round about with sucking whirlpools and dashing breakers. On fine summer days, something sparkles there through the sea foam like a large gold ring, and, time out of mind, folks have fancied there was a treasure there left by some pirates of old. At sunset, sometimes, there looms forth from thence a vessel with a castle astern, and a glimpse is caught now and then of an old-fashioned galley. There it lies as if in a tempest, and carves its way along through heavy white rollers. Along the rocks sit the cormorants in a long black row, lying in wait for dogfish. But there was a time when one knew the exact number of these birds. There was never more nor less of them than 12, while upon a stone, out in the sea mist, sat the 13th, but it was only visible when it rose and flew right over the island. The only persons who lived near the fair at winter time, long after the fishing season was over, was a woman and a slip of a girl. Footnote: a vea is a fishing station where fishermen assemble periodically. End of footnote. Their business was to guard the scaffolding poles for drying fish against the birds of prey, who had such a villainous trick of hacking at the drying ropes. The young girl had thick, coal-black hair, and a pair of eyes that peeped at folk so oddly, one might almost have said that she was like the cormorants outside there, and she had never seen much else all her life. Nobody knew who her father was. Thus they lived, till the girl had grown up. It was found that in the summer-time, when the fishermen went out to the fair to fetch away the dried fish, that the young fellows began underbidding each other so as to be selected for that special errand. Some gave up their share of profits, and others their wages, and there was a general complaint in all the villages round about that on such occasions no end of betrothals were broken off. But the cause of it all was the girl out yonder with the odd eyes. For all her rough and ready ways, she had something about her, said those she chatted with, that there was no resisting. She turned the heads of all the young fellows. It seemed as if they couldn't live without her. The first winter a lad wooed her, who had both house and warehouse of his own. "If you come again in the summer-time and give me the right gold ring I will be wedded by, something may come of it," said she. And, sure enough, in the summer-time the lad was there again. He had a lot of fish to fetch away, and she might have had a gold ring as heavy and as bonny as heart could wish for. "The ring I must have lies beneath the wreckage of the iron chest over at the island yonder," said she. "That is, if you love me enough to dare fetch it." But then the lad grew pale. He saw the sea-boar rise and fall out there like a white wall of foam on the bright warm summer day, and on the island sat the cormorants, sleeping in the sunshine. "Dearly do I love thee," said he, "but such a quest as that would mean my burial, not my bridal." The same instant the 13th cormorant rose from his stone in the misty foam and flew right over the island. Next winter the steersman of a yacht came a-wooing. For 2 years he had gone about and hugged his misery for her sake, and he got the same answer. "If you come again in the summer-time and give me the right gold ring I will be wedded with, something may come of it." Out to the fair he came again on Midsummer Day, but when he heard where the gold ring lay, he sat and wept the whole day till evening, when the sun began to dance northwestward into the sea. Then the 13th cormorant arose and flew right over the island. There was nasty weather during the 3rd winter. There were manifold wrecks, and on the keel of a boat which came driving ashore hung an exhausted young lad by his knife-belt. But they couldn't get the life back into him, roll and rob him about in the boat-house as they might. Then the girl came in. "'Tis my bridegroom," said she, and she laid him in her bosom, and sat with him the whole night through, and put warmth into his heart. And when the morning came his heart beat. "Methought I lay betwixt the wings of a cormorant, and leaned my head against its downy breast," said he. The lad was ruddy and handsome, with curly hair, and he couldn't take his eyes away from the girl. He took work upon the fair, but off he must needs be gadding and chatting with her, be it never so early and never so late. So it fared with him as it had fared with the others. It seemed to him that he could not live without her, and on the day when he was bound to depart he wooed her. Thee I will not fool, said she. Thou hast lain on my breast, and I would give my life to save thee from sorrow. Thou shalt have me, if thou wilt place the betrothal ring upon my finger. But longer than the day lasts, thou canst not keep me. And now I will wait, and long after thee with a horrible longing, till the summer comes. On Midsummer Day the youth came thither in his boat all alone. Then she told him of the ring that he must fetch for her from among the skerries. If thou hast taken me off the keel of a boat, thou mayest cast me forth yonder again, said the lad. Live without thee I cannot. But as he laid hold of the oars in order to row out, she stepped into the boat with him, and sat in the stern. Wondrous fair was she. It was beautiful summer weather, and there was a swell upon the sea. Wave followed upon wave in long bright rollers. The lad sat there lost in the sight of her, and he rowed and rowed till the in-sucking breakers roared and thundered among the skerries. The ground swell was strong, and the frothing foam spurted up as high as towers. If thy life is dear to thee, turn back now, said she. Thou art dearer to me than life itself, he made answer. But just as it seemed to the lad as if the prow were going under, and the jaws of death were gaping wide before him, it grew all at once as still as a calm, and the boat could run ashore as if there was never a billow there. On the island lay a rusty old ship's anchor half out of the sea. In the iron chest which lies beneath the anchor is my dowry, said she. Carry it up into thy boat, and put the ring that thou seest on my finger. With this thou dost make me thy bride. So now I am thine, till the sun dances northwestwards into the sea. It was a gold ring with a red stone in it, and he put it on her finger and kissed her. In a cleft on the skerry was a patch of green grass. There they sat them down, and they were ministered to in wondrous wise. How he knew not, nor cared to know, so great was his joy. Midsummer Day is beauteous, said she, and I am young, and thou art my bridegroom, and now we'll to our bridal bed. So bonny was she that he could not contain himself for love. But when night drew nigh, and the sun began to dance out into the sea, she kissed him and shed tears. Beauteous is the summer day, said she, and still more beauteous is the summer evening. But now the dusk cometh. And all at once it seemed to him as if she were becoming older and fading right away. When the sun went below the sea margin, there lay before him on the skerry some mouldering linen rags and naught else. Calm was the sea, and in the clear midsummer night there flew 12 cormorants out over the sea. End of the Cormorants of Andvaer by Jonas Lye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Emancipation, a Life Fable by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Emancipation, a Life Fable by Kate Chopin. There was once an animal born into this world, and opening his eyes upon life, he saw above and about him confining walls, and before him were bars of iron, through which came air and light from without. This animal was born in a cage. Here he grew, and throve in strength and beauty under the care of an invisible, protecting hand. Hungry, food was ever at hand. When he thirsted, water was brought, and when he felt the need to rest, there was provided a bed of straw upon which to lie. And here he found it good, licking his handsome flanks, to bask in the sunbeam that he thought existed but to lighten his home. Awakening one day from his slothful rest, lo! the door to his cage stood open. Accident had opened it. In the corner he crouched, wondering and fearing. Then slowly did he approach the door, dreading the unaccustomed, and would have closed it, but for such a task his limbs were purposeless. So out the opening he thrust his head, to see the canopy of the sky grow broader, and the world waxing wider. Back in his corner, but not to rest, for the spell of the unknown was over him, and again he goes to the open door, seeing each time more light. Then one time standing in the flood of it, a deep indrawn breath, a bracing of strong limbs, and with a bound he was gone. On he rushes in his mad flight, heedless that he is wounded and tearing his sleek sides, seeing, smelling, touching of all things, even stopping to put his lips in a noxious pool, thinking it may be sweet. Hungering there is no food but such as he must seek and ofttimes fight for, and his limbs are weighted before he reaches the water that is good for his thirsting throat. So does he live, seeking, finding, joying, and suffering. The door which accident had opened is open still, but the cage remains forever empty. The end of Emancipation, a Life Fable, by Kate Chopin.
The Father's Hand, by George Humphrey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Father's Hand. The Dean and I were sitting after dinner discussing the shortage of students at Oxford since the war began. You have no idea, he was saying, how strange it is to lecture to a class of 4 or 5 when one has been accustomed to 40 or 50. This morning, for instance. Well, Dean, I put in, after the war there will be no lectures on Latin poetry. The times are changing. The old man threw back his head, and his silvery beard waved in the candlelight. Listen, he began. You remember the passage where a father was trying to carve a picture of his son's death? Bis patriae manus cecidere, I quoted. Twice the hands of the father fell. Icarus, was it not, for whom his father had made wings, and who flew too near the sun and fell down to earth? He nodded. Bis patriae manus cecidere. Twice the father's hand fell to his sides. In our village in the first few months of the war, there came an old man, a refugee from Alsace-Lorraine. By profession he was a monument carver, and out of the exercise of his craft he had acquired a considerable familiarity with what one might call Phoenix Latin, the kind that is only called into being when our esteemed fellow townsman dies. He had all the pedant's love for the language. Often he would exchange tags with me when I met him in the street. "Cormorants, how are you?" he would laugh in the tiny general store to the mystification of the little spectacled proprietress. "Bene, domine," was my grave answer. "Very well, sir." Soon he became very popular in the village, though he was regarded as something of a crank. It appeared that he was of the old days, when Alsace-Lorraine belonged to the French. Of his private affairs we could learn nothing, except that he had married young, and that his wife had died at the birth of a son. When he was questioned about his early life, he would affect not to understand. "Je ne comprends pas, monsieur," this and a shrug of the shoulders was all that we could get out of him. Well, the old fellow prided himself on his excellent eyesight, and in the fairly frequent air raids he refused to go into shelter, preferring instead to remain lying down on the hill outside the village, where he would watch the hostile aeroplane pursued by our guns until it became a speck in the distance toward London. Then he would trudge back again. "The pigs are gone," he would reassure us in our cellars, shaking his fist at the sky. "Ah, the cochon, sus Germanicus!" And we would crawl out again into God's air, pleased to see him, and knowing that there was no longer any danger, even if the all-clear signal had not yet sounded. For he was always right, he knew from bitter experience. One day I saw him in conference with the little knot of sailors that presided over our anti-aircraft defenses. He was pointing to the sky rather excitedly, and telling them in his broken English something about aeroplanes, and "it is nécessaire that they passe so," at the same time indicating a track of sky. "What is it?" I asked the petty officer. "He's got an idea for bringing down the Germans," explained the man, twitching his thumb rather contemptuously toward my old friend. "He says they always pass over that point above the headland before they turn to London. I never noticed it myself, but there may be something in it. I'll tell the captain." "En hostes!" cried the old man in Latin to me, pointing to the place. "Behold the enemy! It is quite nécessaire that he pass by here, what you call the landmark, is it not? The German precision, toujours the same." I laughed and took him by the arm down to the village, marveling at the intense hatred with which he spat out the words. "The German pigs," he muttered as we went along, "they have my country." Soon after there came another raid. We heard the gunfire without paying much attention to it, so customary had it become. When the safety siren was heard, we all went back to our occupations as usual. I wondered why the old fellow had not appeared, and began to grow anxious, thinking he might have been killed. I was just setting out to look for him, when I caught sight of him running toward me over a plowed field, stopping every other moment to pick up his battered black hat, and looking, even at a quarter of a mile, as if he was full of news of some kind. When he came within 100 yards or so, still running, he shouted something at me, raising his hands to the sky, and then pointing to the earth. "Fuit Ilium," I heard. "Troy is fallen. The German is destroyed. They have him shot so." And he brought his arm from above his head to the ground in a magnificently dramatic sweep. "What is it?" I asked as I reached him. Perspiring and mopping his face with the tricolour handkerchief that some would-be wag had given him, he told his tale. The gunners had taken his advice, and fired at the spot he told them, and a German aeroplane had actually been brought down. That week the village was jubilant, and my old friend found himself suddenly a hero. The local papers brought out a long account of the affair, with a leader about the victim of German autocracy whom we are proud to shelter in our midst. With the courage that we know so well in our brave allies, he stayed out unprotected and discerned the weak spot in the foe's armor. We are proud of our guest. It was indeed a proud time for our refugee. The naval authorities took over charge of the wrecked airplane, and the remains of the fallen aviator were gathered together to be buried the following week in the village cemetery. We were a simple, kind-hearted community, far away in the country, and many of the villagers had themselves sons fighting at the front. So we decided that the village should erect a simple tombstone over the fallen enemy, the resolution being made, I suspect, chiefly as a result of a sermon of the worthy pastor who pointed out that the dead man was more sinned against than sinning, that he was the victim of the German system, and that we ought not to think bitterly of a fallen foe who died at what he conceived to be his duty. The next question was as to the inscription. The old Frenchman brought out a book which he explained was the Vade-mecum for cutters of tombs. From it he produced a marvelous quotation which, he said, came from Seneca. He was listened to now with respect, but I could see that the idea was not popular. No one liked to oppose him until I finally remarked that something simpler would perhaps be better, and suggested, "Here lies a fallen German," with the date. The old refugee was obviously very reluctant to give up his wonderful epitaph, but my reading was clearly the favorite, and it was adopted in the end. The obvious man to do the carving was the old stonecutter who had brought down the aeroplane. He was given the commission. The burial took place, and the village went back to its normal routine, the old man being supposed to be working on the inscription. It was about the time of the discussion of the epitaph that the relics from the recent raid were exposed for view in the little museum at the school. There was no address found on the body, and almost the only personal effect that had survived the terrible fall was a photograph of a woman, young and fair-haired, with the inscription, Meine Mutter, which I translated to the admiring villagers as meaning my mother, nothing else. I went to tell the old Frenchman and ask him if he had seen the curiosities. I found him sitting in the garden of the cottage where he lived, in the little shed he called his workshop, where the tombstone had been brought. To my surprise, he was lying on the ground, and beside his open hand lay a chisel. "What is it?" I asked him. He started up when he saw me. "I was tired," he answered confusedly. "Fatigato sopere, weary with labor, n'est-ce pas?" And his poor old face relapsed into a sad attempt at a smile. "But you have not begun to labor," I answered, trying to joke away an impending feeling of tragedy that I but dimly understood. "Why do you not do the work?" "I cannot. My hands are old and I can no more." Then I saw that his hands were shaking, and I grew alarmed. I could see that the strain of the last few days was telling on him. He seemed years older. So I gently helped him up and took him indoors, where the good woman of the house put him to bed. I asked her how long he had been sick, and she told me that he had gone out that afternoon looking well and intending to buy a chisel and visit the little museum. She had not seen him again till I brought him in from the garden. From that time the poor old man seemed to grow feebler and feebler, and we began to think that his last joke had been cracked and all his troubles ended. He seemed to lose all wish to live, lying on his bed without a word, and only taking food when it was almost forced down his throat. I frequently visited him and tried to console him, for the one thing that now troubled him was that he would not be able to execute his commission before he died. "Never have I promised and not perform," he would say. "Oh, for one day of my pristini roboris, my youthful strength." I comforted him and told him, against my belief, that he would be out cutting the inscription next spring. But he shook his head sorrowfully, and at each visit he seemed to grow weaker and weaker. The climax came quite suddenly. Summer had turned to fall, and I was taking my usual walk by the light of the harvest moon, passing through the old churchyard where the German had been buried and the cross had now been put uncarved, for we boasted no other stone-cutter in the village. I went up to look at it, and by the moonlight I caught sight of the figure of a man. Bending down I saw my old friend, dead by the work he had promised. It was not till the next day that they found his chisel by the tombstone, and about a dozen letters which he had chiseled. The villagers thought that the old man had gone out of his mind, for the letters on the stone were not the beginning of the epitaph we had agreed on. They think so yet, for I never told them, and I am the only man who can read what is written on the stone. Here the dean was silent a moment or so. "Well, what had he carved?" I asked. "Bis patriae twice the hand of the father failed. The dead man was his son." End of The Father's Hand by George Humphrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gay Old Dog by Edna Ferber from the Metropolitan Magazine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gay Old Dog. Those of you who have dwelt or even lingered in Chicago, Illinois, this is not a humorous story, are familiar with the region known as the Loop. For those others of you to whom Chicago is a transfer point between New York and San Francisco, there is presented this brief explanation. The Loop is a clamorous, smoke-infested district embraced by the iron arms of the elevated tracks. In a city boasting fewer millions, it would be known familiarly as downtown. From Congress to Lake Street, from Wabash almost to the river, those thunderous tracks make a complete circle or loop. Within it lie the retail shops, the commercial hotels, the theaters, the restaurants. It is the Fifth Avenue diluted and the Broadway deleted of Chicago, and he who frequents it by night in search of amusement and cheer is known vulgarly as a loop hound. Joe Hertz was a loop hound. On the occasion of those sparse first nights granted the metropolis of the Middle West, he was always present, third row, aisle left. When a new Loop Cafe was opened, Joe's table always commanded an unobstructed view of anything worth viewing. On entering, he was wont to say, "Hello, Gus," with careless cordiality to the head waiter, the while his eye roved expertly from table to table as he removed his gloves. He ordered things under glass, so that his table at midnight or thereabouts resembled a hotbed that favors the bell system. The waiters fought for him. He was the kind of man who mixes his own salad dressing. He liked to call for a bowl, some cracked ice, lemon, garlic, paprika, salt, pepper, vinegar, and oil, and make a rite of it. People at nearby tables would lay down their knives and forks to watch, fascinated. The secret of it seemed to lie in using all the oil in sight and calling for more. That was Joe, a plump and lonely bachelor of 50, a plethoric, roving-eyed and kindly man, clutching vainly at the garments of a youth that had long slipped past him. Joe Hertz, in one of those pinch-waist belted suits and a trench coat and a little green hat, walking up Michigan Avenue of a bright winter's afternoon, trying to take the curb with a jaunty youthfulness against which every one of his fat-encased muscles rebelled, was a sight for mirth or pity depending on one's vision. The gay dog business was a late phase in the life of Joe Hertz. He had been a quite different sort of canine. The staid and harassed brother of 3 unwed and selfish sisters is an underdog. The tale of how Joe Hertz came to be a loop hound should not be compressed within the limits of a short story. It should be told as are the photoplays, with frequent throwbacks and many cut-ins. To condense 23 years of a man's life into some 5,000 or 6,000 words requires a verbal economy amounting to parsimony. At 27, Joe had been the dutiful, hard-working son in the wholesale harness business of a widowed and gummaging mother who called him Joey. If you had looked close, you would have seen that now and then a double wrinkle would appear between Joe's eyes, a wrinkle that had no business there at 27. Then Joe's mother died, leaving him handicapped by a deathbed promise, the 3 sisters, and a 3-story and basement house on Calumet Avenue. Joe's wrinkle became a fixture. Deathbed promises should be broken as lightly as they are seriously made. The dead have no right to lay their clammy fingers upon the living. "Joey," she had said in her high, thin voice, "take care of the girls." "I will, Ma," Joe had choked. "Joey," and the voice was weaker, "promise me you won't marry till the girls are all provided for." Then, as Joe had hesitated, appalled, "Joey, it's my dying wish, promise." "I promise, Ma," he had said, whereupon his mother had died comfortably, leaving him with a completely ruined life. They were not bad-looking girls, and they had a certain style, too. That is, Stell and Ava had. Carrie, the middle one, taught school over on the west side. In those days, it took her almost 2 hours each way. She said the kind of costume she required should have been corrugated steel. But all 3 knew what was being worn, and they wore it, or fairly faithful copies of it. Ava, the housekeeping sister, had a needle knack. She could skim the State Street windows and come away with a mental photograph of every separate tuck, hem, yoke, and ribbon. Heads of departments showed her the things they kept in drawers, and she went home and reproduced them with the aid of a $2-a-day seamstress. Stell, the youngest, was the beauty. They called her Babe. She wasn't really a beauty, but someone had once told her that she looked like Janice Meredith. It was when that work of fiction was at the height of its popularity. For years afterward, whenever she went to parties, she affected a single fat curl over her right shoulder with a rose stuck through it. 23 years ago, one's sisters did not strain at the household leash, nor crave a career. Carrie taught school and hated it. Ava kept house expertly and complainingly. Babe's profession was being the family beauty, and it took all her spare time. Ava always let her sleep until 10. This was Joe's household, and he was the nominal head of it, but it was an empty title. The 3 women dominated his life. They weren't consciously selfish. If you had called them cruel, they would have put you down as mad. When you are the lone brother of 3 sisters, it means that you must constantly be calling for, escorting, or dropping one of them somewhere. Most men of Joe's age were standing before their mirror of a Sunday night, whistling blithely and abstractedly while they discarded a blue polka dot for a maroon tie, whipped off the maroon for a shot silk, and at the last moment decided against the shot silk in favor of a plain black and white because she had once said she preferred quiet ties. Joe, when he should have been preening his feathers for conquest, was saying, "Well, my God, I am hurrying. Give a man time, can't you? I just got home. You girls have been laying around the house all day. No wonder you're ready." He took a certain pride in seeing his sisters well-dressed at a time when he should have been reveling in fancy waistcoats and brilliant-hued socks, according to the style of that day and the inalienable right of any unwed male under 30 in any day. On those rare occasions when his business necessitated an out-of-town trip, he would spend half a day floundering about the shops selecting handkerchiefs, or stockings, or feathers, or fans, or gloves for the girls. They always turned out to be the wrong kind, judging by their reception. From Carrie, "What in the world do I want of a fan?" "I thought you didn't have one," Joe would say. "I haven't. I never go to dances." Joe would pass a futile hand over the top of his head, as was his way when disturbed. "I just thought you'd like one. I thought every girl liked a fan. Just," feebly, "just to have. Oh, for pity's sake." And from Ava or Babe, "I've got silk stockings, Joe," or "You brought me handkerchiefs the last time." There was something selfish in his giving, as there always is in any gift freely and joyfully made. They never suspected the exquisite pleasure it gave him to select these things, these fine, soft, silken things. There were many things about this slow-going, amiable brother of theirs that they never suspected. If you had told them he was a dreamer of dreams, for example, they would have been amused. Sometimes, dead tired by 9 o'clock after a hard day downtown, he would doze over the evening paper. At intervals he would wake, red-eyed, to a snatch of conversation such as, "Yes, but if you get a blue, you can wear it anywhere. It's dressy, and at the same time it's quiet, too." Ava, the expert, wrestling with Carrie over the problem of the new spring dress. They never guessed that the commonplace man in the frayed old smoking jacket had banished them all from the room long ago, had banished himself for that matter. In his place was a tall, debonair, and rather dangerously handsome man to whom 6 o'clock spelled evening clothes. The kind of man who can lean up against a mantel, or propose a toast, or give an order to a manservant, or whisper a gallant speech in a lady's ear with equal ease. The shabby old house on Calumet Avenue was transformed into a brocaded and chandeliered rendezvous for the brilliance of the city. Beauty was there, and wit, but none so beautiful and witty as she, Mrs. Joe Hertz. There was wine, of course, but no vulgar display. There was music, the soft sheen of satin, laughter, and he, the gracious, tactful host, king of his own domain. "Joe, for heaven's sakes, if you're going to snore, go to bed." "Why, did I fall asleep? You haven't been doing anything else all evening. A person would think you were 50 instead of 30. And Joe Hertz was again just the dull, gray, commonplace brother of 3 well-meaning sisters. Babe used to say petulantly, "Joe, why don't you ever bring home any of your men friends? A girl might as well not have any brother, all the good you do." Joe, conscience-stricken, did his best to make amends, but a man who had been petticoat-ridden for years loses the knack, somehow, of comradeship with men. He acquires, too, a knowledge of women, and a distaste for them, equaled only, perhaps, by that of an elevator starter in a department store. Which brings us to one Sunday in May. Joe came from a late Sunday afternoon walk to find company for supper. Carrie often had in one of her school-teacher friends, or Babe, one of her frivolous intimates, or even Ava, a staid guest of the old girl type. There was always a Sunday night supper of potato salad and cold meat and coffee and perhaps a fresh cake. Joe rather enjoyed it, being a hospitable soul, but he regarded the guests with the undazzled eyes of a man to whom they were just so many petticoats, timid of the night streets and requiring escort home. If you had suggested to him that some of his sister's popularity was due to his own presence, or if you had hinted that the more kittenish of these visitors were palpably making eyes at him, he would have stared in amazement and unbelief. This Sunday night it turned out to be one of Carrie's friends. "Emily," said Carrie, "this is my brother Joe." Joe had learned what to expect in Carrie's friends, drab-looking women in the late 30s whose facial lines all slanted downward. "Happy to meet you," said Joe, and looked down at a different sort altogether. A most surprisingly different sort for one of Carrie's friends. This Emily person was very small and fluffy and blue-eyed and sort of, well, crinkly-looking, you know. The corners of her mouth when she smiled, and her eyes when she looked up at you, and her hair, which was brown, but had the miraculous effect somehow of being gold. Joe shook hands with her. Her hand was incredibly small and soft, so that you were afraid of crushing it until you discovered she had a firm little grip all her own. It surprised and amused you, that grip, as does a baby's unexpected clutch on your patronizing forefinger. As Joe felt it in his own big clasp, the strangest thing happened to him. Something inside Joe Hertz stopped working for a moment, then lurched sickeningly, then thumped like mad. It was his heart. He stood staring down at her, and she up at him, until the others laughed. Then their hands fell apart, lingeringly. "Are you a schoolteacher, Emily?" he said. "Kindergarten. It's my first year. And don't call me Emily, please." "Why not? It's your name. I think it's the prettiest name in the world." Which he hadn't meant to say at all. In fact, he was perfectly aghast to find himself saying it. But he meant it. At supper he passed her things and stared until everybody laughed again, and Ava said acidly, "Why don't you feed her?" It wasn't that Emily had an air of helplessness. She just made you feel you wanted her to be helpless, so that you could help her. Joe took her home, and from that Sunday night he began to strain at the leash. He took his sisters out dutifully, but he would suggest with a carelessness that deceived no one, "Don't you want one of your girlfriends to come along? That little, what's her name, Emily or something? So long's I've got 3 of you, I might as well have a full squad." For a long time you didn't know what was the matter with him. He only knew he was miserable and yet happy. Sometimes his heart seemed to ache with an actual physical ache. He realized that he wanted to do things for Emily. He wanted to buy things for Emily, useless, pretty, expensive things that he couldn't afford. He wanted to buy everything that Emily needed and everything that Emily desired. He wanted to marry Emily, that was it. He discovered that one day with a shock in the midst of a transaction in the harness business. He stared at the man with whom he was dealing until the startled person grew uncomfortable. "What's the matter, Hertz?" "Matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost or found a gold mine, I don't know which." "Gold mine," said Joe, and then, no, ghost. For he remembered that high, thin voice and his promise. And the harness business was slithering downhill with dreadful rapidity as the automobile business began its amazing climb. Joe tried to stop it, but he was not that kind of businessman. It never occurred to him to jump out of the down-going vehicle and catch the up-going one. He stayed on, vainly applying brakes that refused to work. "You know, Emily, I couldn't support 2 households now, not the way things are. But if you'll only wait, the girls might, that is, Babe and Carrie." She was a sensible little thing, Emily. "Of course I'll wait, but we mustn't just sit back and let the years go by. We've got to help." She went about as if she were already a little matchmaking matron. She corralled all the men she had ever known, and introduced them to Babe, Carrie, and Ava separately, in pairs and en masse. She arranged parties at which Babe could display the curl. She got up picnics. She stayed home while Joe took the 3 about. When she was present, she tried to look as plain and obscure as possible so that the sisters should show up to advantage. She schemed and planned and contrived and hoped and smiled into Joe's despairing eyes. And 3 years went by, 3 precious years. Carrie still taught school and hated it. Ava kept house, more and more complainingly as prices advanced and allowance retreated. Stell was still Babe, the family beauty, but even she knew that the time was past for curls. Emily's hair somehow lost its glint and began to look just plain brown. Her crinkliness began to iron out. "Now look here," Joe argued desperately one night. "We could be happy anyway. There's plenty of room at the house. Lots of people begin that way. Of course, I couldn't give you all I'd like to at first, but maybe after a while. No dreams of salons and brocade and velvet-footed servitors and satin damask now. Just 2 rooms, all their own, all alone, and Emily to work for. That was his dream. But it seemed less possible than that other absurd one had been. You know that Emily was as practical a little thing as she looked fluffy. She knew women. Especially did she know Ava and Carrie and Babe. She tried to imagine herself taking the household affairs and the housekeeping pocketbook out of Ava's expert hands. Ava had once displayed to her a sheaf of aigrettes she had bought with what she saved out of the housekeeping money. So then she tried to picture herself allowing the reins of Joe's house to remain in Ava's hands, and everything feminine and normal in her rebelled. Emily knew she'd want to put away her own freshly laundered linen and smooth it and pat it. She was that kind of woman. She knew she'd want to do her own delightful haggling with butcher and vegetable peddler. She knew she'd want to muss Joe's hair and sit on his knee and even quarrel with him if necessary without the awareness of 3 ever-present pairs of maiden eyes and ears. No, we'd only be miserable, I know, even if they didn't object. And they would, Joe, wouldn't they? His silence was miserable assent. Then, "But you do love me, don't you, Emily?" "Oh, I do, Joe. I love you and love you and love you. But, Joe, I can't." "I know it, dear. I knew it all the time, really. I just thought maybe somehow." The 2 sat staring for a moment into space, their hands clasped. Then they both shut their eyes with a little shudder, as though what they saw was terrible to look upon. Emily's hand, the tiny hand that was so unexpectedly firm, tightened its hold on his, and his crushed the absurd fingers until she winced with pain. That was the beginning of the end, and they knew it. Emily wasn't the kind of girl who would be left to pine. There are too many Joes in the world whose hearts are prone to lurch and then lump at the feel of a soft, fluttering, incredibly small hand in their grip. 1 year later, Emily was married to a young man whose father owned a large pie-shaped slice of the prosperous state of Michigan. That being safely accomplished, there was something grimly humorous in the trend taken by affairs in the old house on Calumet. For Ava married. Of all people, Ava. Married well, too, though he was a great deal older than she. She was off in a hat she had copied from a French model at Field's, and a suit she had contrived with a home dressmaker, aided by pressing on the part of the little tailor in the basement over on 31st Street. It was the last of that, though. The next time they saw her, she had on a hat that even she would have despaired of copying, and a suit that sort of melted in your gaze. She moved to the north side, trust Ava for that, and Babe assumed the management of the household on Calumet Avenue. It was a rather pinched little household now, for the harness business shrank and shrank. "I don't see how you can expect me to keep house decently on this," Babe would say contemptuously. Babe's nose, always a little inclined to sharpness, had whittled down to a point of late. "If you knew what Ben gives Ava. It's the best I can do, sis. Business is something rotten. Ben says if you had the least bit of—" Ben was Ava's husband, and quotable, as are all successful men. "I don't care what Ben says," shouted Joe, goaded into rage. "I'm sick of your everlasting Ben. Go and get a Ben of your own, why don't you, if you're so stuck on the way he does things." And Babe did. She made a last desperate drive, aided by Ava, and she captured a rather surprised young man in the brokerage way, who had made up his mind not to marry for years and years. Ava wanted to give her her wedding things, but at that Joe broke into sudden rebellion. "No, sir. No Ben is going to buy my sister's wedding clothes. Understand? I guess I'm not broke yet. I'll furnish the money for her things, and there'll be enough of them, too." Babe had as useless a trousseau and as filled with extravagant pink and blue and lacy and frilly things as any daughter of doting parents. Joe seemed to find a grim pleasure in providing them, but it left him pretty well pinched. After Babe's marriage, she insisted that they call her Estelle now. Joe sold the house on Calumet. He and Carrie took one of those little flats that were springing up seemingly overnight all through Chicago's South Side. There was nothing domestic about Carrie. She had given up teaching 2 years before and had gone into social service work on the West Side. She had what is known as a legal mind, hard, clear, orderly, and she made a great success of it. Her dream was to live at the settlement house and give all her time to the work. Upon the little household she bestowed a certain amount of grim, capable attention. It was the same kind of attention she would have given a piece of machinery whose oiling and running had been entrusted to her care. She hated it and didn't hesitate to say so. Joe took to prowling about department store basements and household goods sections. He was always sending home a bargain in a ham or a sack of potatoes or 50 pounds of sugar or a window clamp or a new kind of paring knife. He was forever doing odd little jobs that the janitor should have done. It was the domestic in him claiming its own. Then one night Carrie came home with a dull glow in her leathery cheeks and her eyes alight with resolve. They had what she called a plain talk. "Listen, Joe, they've offered me the job of first assistant resident worker, and I'm going to take it. I know 50 other girls who'd give their ears for it. I go in next month." They were at dinner. Joe looked up from his plate dully. Then he glanced around the little dining room with its ugly tan walls and its heavy dark furniture. The Calumet Street pieces fitted cumbersomely into the 5-room flat. "Away? Away from here, you mean, to live?" Carrie laid down her fork. "Well, really, Joe, after all that explanation. But to go over there to live, why, that neighborhood's full of dirt and disease and crime and Lord knows what else. I can't let you do that, Carrie." Carrie's chin came up. She laughed a short little laugh. "Let me? That's 18th century talk, Joe. My life's my own to live. I'm going." And she went. Joe stayed on in the apartment until the lease was up. Then he sold what furniture he could, stored or gave away the rest, and took a room on Michigan Avenue in one of the old stone mansions whose decayed splendor was being put to such purpose. Joe Hertz was his own master, free to marry, free to come and go, and he found he didn't even think of marrying. He didn't even want to come or go, particularly. A rather frumpy old bachelor with thinning hair and a thickening neck. Much has been written about the unwed middle-aged woman, her fussiness, her primness, her angularity of mind and body. In the male, that same fussiness develops, and a certain primness too, but he grows flabby where she grows lean. Every Thursday evening he took dinner at Ava's, and on Sunday noon at Stell's. He tucked his napkin under his chin and openly enjoyed the homemade soup and the well-cooked meats. After dinner he tried to talk business with Ava's husband or Stell's. His business talks were the old-fashioned kind, beginning, "Well, now, look here. Take, for instance, your rawhides and leathers." But Ben and George didn't want to take, for instance, your rawhides and leathers. They wanted, when they took anything at all, to take golf or politics or stocks. They were the modern type of businessman who prefers to leave his work out of his play. Business, with them, was a profession, a finely graded and balanced thing, differing from Joe's clumsy downhill style as completely as does the method of a great criminal detective differ from that of a village constable. They would listen restively and say, "Uh-huh," at intervals, and at the first chance they would sort of fade out of the room with a meaning glance at their wives. Ava had 2 children now, girls. They treated Uncle Joe with good-natured tolerance. Stell had no children. Uncle Joe degenerated by almost imperceptible degrees from the position of honored guest who is served with white meat to that of one who is content with a leg and one of those obscure and bony sections which, after much turning with a bewildered and investigating knife and fork, leave one baffled and unsatisfied. Ava and Stell got together and decided that Joe ought to marry. "It isn't natural," Ava told him. "I never saw a man who took so little interest in women." "Me?" protested Joe, almost shyly. "Women? Yes, of course. You act like a frightened schoolboy." So they had in for dinner certain friends and acquaintances of fitting age. They spoke of them as splendid girls between 36 and 40. They talked awfully well in a firm, clear way about civics and classes and politics and economics and boards. They rather terrified Joe. He didn't understand much that they talked about, and he felt humbly inferior, and yet a little resentful, as if something had passed him by. He escorted them home dutifully, though they told him not to bother, and they evidently meant it. They seemed capable not only of going home quite unattended, but of delivering a pointed lecture to any highwayman or brawler who might molest them. The following Thursday Ava would say, "How did you like her, Joe?" "Like who?" Joe would spar feebly. "Miss Matthews. Who's she?" "Now don't be funny, Joe. You know very well I mean the girl who was here for dinner. The one who talked so well on the emigration question." "Oh, her. Why, I liked her, all right. Seems to be a smart woman." "Smart? She's a perfectly splendid girl." "Sure," Joe would agree cheerfully. "I can't say I did, Eve, and I can't say I didn't. She made me think a lot of a teacher I had in the 5th reader, name of Himes. As I recall her, she must have been a fine woman, but I never thought of her as a woman at all. She was just teacher." "You make me tired," snapped Ava impatiently. "A man of your age. You don't expect to marry a girl, do you? A child?" "I don't expect to marry anybody," Joe had answered. And that was the truth, lonely though he often was. The following year, Eve moved to Winnetka. Anyone who got the meaning of the loop knows the significance of a move to a North Shore suburb and a house. Ava's daughter Ethel was growing up, and her mother had an eye on society. That did away with Joe's Thursday dinner. Then Stell's husband bought a car. They went out into the country every Sunday. Stell said it was getting so that maids objected to Sunday dinners anyway. Besides, they were unhealthy, old-fashioned things. They always meant to ask Joe to come along, but by the time their friends were placed, and the lunch, and the boxes, and sweaters, and George's camera, and everything, there seemed to be no room for a man of Joe's bulk, so that eliminated the Sunday dinners. "Just drop in any time during the week," Stell said, "for dinner. Except Wednesday, that's our bridge night, and Saturday, and, of course, Thursday. Cook is out that night. Don't wait for me to phone." And so Joe drifted into that sad-eyed, dyspeptic family made up of those you see dining in second-rate restaurants, their paper propped up against the bowl of oyster crackers, munching solemnly and with indifference to the stare of the passers-by surveying them through the brazen plate-glass window. And then came the war that spelled death and destruction to millions, the war that brought a fortune to Joe Hertz and transformed him overnight from a baggy-kneed old bachelor whose business was a failure to a prosperous manufacturer whose only trouble was the shortage in hides for the making of his product. Leather. The armies of Europe called for it. Harnesses, more harnesses, straps, millions of straps, more. The musty old harness business over on Lake Street was magically changed from a dust-covered dead-alive concern to an orderly hive that hummed and glittered with success. Orders poured in. Joe Hertz had inside information on the war. He knew about troops and horses. He talked with French and English and Italian buyers, noblemen, many of them, commissioned by their countries to get American-made supplies. And now when he said to Ben or George, "Take for instance your rawhides and leathers," they listened with respectful attention. And then began the gay dog business in the life of Joe Hertz. He developed into a loop hound, ever keen on the scent of fresh pleasure. That side of Joe Hertz, which had been repressed and crushed and ignored, began to bloom unhealthily. At first he spent money on his rather contemptuous nieces. He sent them gorgeous fans and watch bracelets and velvet bags. He took 2 expensive rooms at a downtown hotel, and there was something more tear-compelling than grotesque about the way he gloated over the luxury of a separate ice water tap in the bathroom. He explained it. Just turn it on, ice water, any hour of the day or night. He bought a car, naturally, a glittering affair in color a bright blue, with pale blue leather straps and a great deal of gold fittings and wire wheels. Ava said it was the kind of thing a soubrette would use rather than an elderly businessman. You saw him driving about in it, red-faced and rather awkward at the wheel. You saw him, too, in the Pompeian room at the Congress Hotel of a Saturday afternoon, when doubtful and roving-eyed matrons in Kalinsky capes are wont to congregate to sip pale amber drinks. Actors grew to recognize the semi-bald head and the shining, round, good-natured face looming out at them from the dim well of the parquet, and sometimes in a musical show they directed a quip at him, and he liked it. He could pick out the critics as they came down the aisle, and even had a nodding acquaintance with 2 of them. "Kelly, of the Herald," he would say carelessly. "Bean of the Trib. They're all afraid of him." So he frolicked ponderously. In New York he might have been called a man about town. And he was lonesome. He was very lonesome. So he searched about in his mind and brought from the dim past the memory of the luxuriously furnished establishment of which he used to dream in the evenings when he dozed over his paper in the old house on Calumet. So he rented an apartment, many-roomed and expensive, with a manservant in charge, and furnished it in styles and periods ranging through all the Louis. The living room was mostly rose-color. It was like an unhealthy and bloated boudoir, and yet there was nothing sybaritic or uncleanly in the sight of this paunchy, middle-aged man sinking into the rosy-cushioned luxury of his ridiculous home. It was a frank and naive indulgence of long-starved senses, and there was in it a great resemblance to the rolling-eyed ecstasy of a schoolboy smacking his lips over an all-day sucker. The war went on and on and on, and the money continued to roll in, a flood of it. Then one afternoon, Eva, in town on shopping bent, entered a small, exclusive, and expensive shop on Michigan Avenue. Exclusive, that is, in price. Ava's weakness, you may remember, was hats. She described what she sought with a languid conciseness and stood looking about her after the saleswoman had vanished in quest of it. The room was becomingly rose-illumined and somewhat dim, so that some minutes had passed before she realized that a man seated on a raspberry brocade settee not 5 feet away, a man with a walking stick and yellow gloves and tan spats and a check suit, was her brother Joe. From him, Ava's wild-eyed glance leapt to the woman who was trying on hats before one of the many long mirrors. She was seated, and a saleswoman was exclaiming discreetly at her elbow. Ava turned sharply and encountered her own saleswoman returning, hat-laden. "Not today," she gasped. "I'm feeling ill," suddenly, and almost ran from the room. That evening she told Stell, relating her news in that telephone pigeon English devised by every family of married sisters as protection against the neighbors and central. Translated, it ran thus: "He looked straight at me. My dear, I thought I'd die. But at least he had sense enough not to speak." She was one of those limp, willowy creatures with the greediest eyes that she tried to keep softened to a baby's stare and couldn't. She was so crazy to get her hands on those hats. I saw it all in one awful minute. You know the way I do. I suppose some people would call her pretty. I don't. And her color, well, and the most expensive-looking hats, aigrettes and paradise and feathers, not one of them under 75. Isn't it disgusting at his age? Suppose Ethel had been with me. The next time it was Stell who saw them, in a restaurant. She said it spoiled her evening, and the third time it was Ethel. She was one of the guests at a theater party given by Nicky Overton II. You know, the North Shore Overtons, Lake Forest. They came in late and occupied the entire row at the opening performance of Believe Me, and Ethel was Nicky's partner. She was glowing like a rose. When the lights went up after the first act, Ethel saw that her Uncle Joe was seated just ahead of her with what she afterward described as a blonde. Then her uncle had turned around and seen her, had been surprised into a smile that spread genially all over his plump and rubicund face. Then he had turned to face forward again quickly. "Who's that old bird?" Nicky asked. Ethel had pretended not to hear, so he had asked again. "My uncle," Ethel answered, and flushed all over her delicate face and down to her throat. Nicky had looked at the blonde, and his eyebrows had gone up ever so slightly. It spoiled Ethel's evening. More than that, as she told her mother of it later, weeping, she declared it had spoiled her life. Ava talked it over with her husband in that intimate kimonoed hour that precedes bedtime. She gesticulated heatedly with her hairbrush. "It's disgusting, that's what it is. Perfectly disgusting. There's no fool like an old fool. Imagine a creature like that at his time of life." "There exists a strange and loyal kinship among men." "Well, I don't know," Ben said now, and even grinned a little. "I suppose a boy's got to sow his wild oats sometime." "Don't be any more vulgar than you can help," Ava retorted. "And I think you know as well as I what it means to have that Overton boy interested in Ethel." "If he's interested in her," Ben blundered, "I guess the fact that Ethel's uncle went to the theater with someone who wasn't Ethel's aunt won't cause a shudder to run up and down his frail young frame, will it?" All right, Ava had retorted. If you're not man enough to stop it, I'll have to do it, that's all. I'm going up there with Stell this week. They did not notify Joe of their coming. Ava telephoned his apartment when she knew he would be out, and asked his man if he expected his master home to dinner that evening. The man had said yes. Ava arranged to meet Stell in town. They would drive to Joe's apartment together and wait for him there. When she reached the city, Ava found turmoil there. The first of the American troops to be sent to France were leaving. Michigan Boulevard was a billowing, surging mass. Flags, pennants, bands, crowds, all the elements that make for demonstration. And over the whole, quiet. No holiday crowd, this. A solid, determined mass of people waiting patient hours to see the khaki-clads go by. 3 years of indefatigable reading had brought them to a clear knowledge of what these boys were going to. Isn't it dreadful? Stell gasped. Nicky Overton's only 19, thank goodness. Their car was caught in the jam. When they moved at all, it was by inches. When at last they reached Joe's apartment, they were flushed, nervous, apprehensive, but he had not yet come in, so they waited. No, they were not staying to dinner with their brother, they told the relieved houseman. Joe's home has already been described to you. Stell and Ava, sunk in rose-colored cushions, viewed it with disgust and some mirth. They rather avoided each other's eyes. Carrie ought to be here, Ava said. They both smiled at the thought of the austere Carrie in the midst of those rosy cushions and hangings and lamps. Stell rose and began to walk about restlessly. She picked up a vase and laid it down, straightened a picture. Ava got up, too, and wandered into the hall. She stood there a moment, listening. Then she turned and passed into Joe's bedroom. And there you knew Joe for what he was. This room was as bare as the other had been ornate. It was Joe, the clean-minded and simple-hearted, in revolt against the cloying luxury with which he had surrounded himself. The bedroom of all rooms in any house reflects the personality of its occupant. True, the actual furniture was paneled, Cupid-surmounted, and ridiculous. It had been the fruit of Joe's first orgy of the senses. But now it stood out in that stark little room with an air as incongruous and ashamed as that of a pink tarlatan Danuse who finds herself in a monk's cell. None of those wall pictures with which bachelor rooms are reputed to be hung. No satin slippers, no scented notes, 2 plain-backed military brushes on the chiffonier, and he so nearly hairless. A little orderly stack of books on the table near the bed. Ava fingered their titles and gave a little gasp. One of them was on gardening. Well, of all things, exclaimed Stell, a book on the war by an Englishman, a detective story of the lurid type that lulls us to sleep. His shoes ranged in a careful row in the closet, with shoe trees in every one of them. There was something speaking about them. They looked so human. Ava shut the door on them quickly. Some bottles on the dresser, a jar of pomade, an ointment such as a man uses who is growing bald and is panic-stricken too late, an insurance calendar on the wall, some rhubarb and soda mixture on the shelf in the bathroom, and a little box of pepsin tablets. Eats all kinds of things at all hours of the night, Ava said, and wandered out into the rose-colored front room again with the air of one who is chagrined at her failure to find what she has sought. Stell followed her furtively. "Where do you suppose he can be?" she demanded. She glanced at her wrist. "Why, it's after 6. And then there was a little click. The 2 women sat up, tense. The door opened. Joe came in. He blinked a little. The 2 women in the rosy room stood up. "Why, Eve, why, babe, why didn't you let me know? We were just about to leave. We thought you weren't coming home." Joe came in slowly. "I was in the jam on Michigan, watching the boys go by." He sat down heavily. The light from the window fell on him, and you saw that his eyes were red. "And you'll have to learn why." He had found himself one of the thousands in the jam on Michigan Avenue, as he said. He had a place near the curb where his big frame shut off the view of the unfortunates behind him. He waited with the placid interest of one who is subscribed to all the funds and societies to which a prosperous middle-aged businessman is called upon to subscribe in wartime. Then, just as he was about to leave, impatient at the delay, the crowd had cried with a queer, dramatic, exultant note in its voice, "Here they come! Here come the boys!" Just at that moment, 2 little futile, frenzied fists began to beat a mad tattoo on Joe Hertz's broad back. Joe tried to turn in the crowd, all indignant resentment. "Say, look-a-here!" The little fists kept up their frantic beat and pushing, and a voice, a choked, high little voice, cried, "Let me by! I can't see you, man, you big fat man! My boy's going by, to war, and I can't see! Let me by!" Joe scrooged around, still keeping his place. He looked down, and upturned to him in agonized appeal was the face of little Emily. They stared at each other for what seemed a long, long time. It was really only the fraction of a second. Then Joe put one great arm firmly around Emily's waist and swung her around in front of him. His great bulk protected her. Emily was clinging to his hand. She was breathing rapidly as if she had been running. Her eyes were straining up the street. "Why, Emily, how in the world—" "I ran away. Fred didn't want me to come. He said it would excite me too much." "Fred? My husband. He made me promise to say goodbye to Joe at home. Joe's my boy, and he's going to war. So I ran away. I had to see him. I had to see him go." She was dry-eyed. Her gaze was straining up the street. "Why, sure," said Joe. "Of course you want to see him." And then the crowd gave a great roar. There came over Joe a feeling of weakness. He was trembling. The boys went marching by. "There he is!" Emily shrilled above the din. "There he is! There he is! There he—" and waved a futile little hand. It wasn't so much a wave as a clutching after something beyond her reach. "Which one? Which one, Emily?" "The handsome one there." Her voice quavered and died. Joe put a steady hand on her shoulder. "Point him out," he commanded. "Show me." And the next instant, "Never mind, I see him." Somehow, miraculously, he had picked him from among the hundreds, had picked him as surely as his own father might have. It was Emily's boy. He was marching by rather stiffly. He was 19 and fun-loving, and he had a girl, and he didn't particularly want to go, and to go to France. But more than he had hated going, he had hated not to go. So he marched by, looking straight ahead, his jaw set so that his chin stuck out just a little. Emily's boy. Joe looked at him and his face flushed purple. His eyes, the hard-boiled eyes of a loop-hound, took on the look of a sad old man. And suddenly he was no longer Joe, the sport, old J. Hertz, the gay dog. He was Joe Hertz, 30, in love with life, in love with Emily, and with the stinging blood of young manhood coursing through his veins. Another minute and the boy had passed on up the broad street, the fine flag-bedecked street, just one of 100 service hats bobbing in rhythmic motion like sandy waves, lapping ashore and flowing on. Then he disappeared altogether. Emily was clinging to Joe. She was mumbling something over and over. I can't, don't ask me to. I can't let him go like that. I can't." Joe said a queer thing. "Why, Emily? We wouldn't have him stay home, would we? We wouldn't want him to do anything different, would we? Not our boy. I'm glad he volunteered. I'm proud of him. So are you glad." Little by little, he quieted her. He took her to the car that was waiting, a worried chauffeur in charge. They said goodbye, awkwardly. Emily's face was a red, swollen mass. So it was that when Joe entered his own hallway half an hour later, he blinked dazedly, and when the light from the window fell on him, you saw that his eyes were red. Ava was not one to beat about the bush. She sat forward in her chair, clutching her bag rather nervously. "Now look here, Joe. Stella and I are here for a reason. We're here to tell you that this thing's got to stop." "Thing? Stop?" "You know very well what I mean. You saw me at the milliner's that day, and night before last Ethel. We're all disgusted. If you must go about with people like that, please have some sense of decency." Something gathering in Joe's face should have warned her, but he was slumped down in his chair in such a huddle, and he looked so old and fat that she did not heed it. She went on, "You've got us to consider, your sisters and your nieces, not to speak of your own." But he got to his feet then, shaking, and at what she saw in his face even Ava faltered and stopped. It wasn't at all the face of a fat middle-aged sport. It was a face Jovian and terrible. "You," he began, low-voiced, ominous. "You," he raised a great fist high. "You two murderers, you didn't consider me 20 years ago. You come to me with talk like that? Where's my boy? You killed him, you too, 20 years ago. And now he belongs to somebody else. Where's my son that should have gone marching by today? He flung his arms out in a great gesture of longing. The red veins stood out on his forehead. Where's my son? Answer me that, you two selfish, miserable women. Where's my son? Then as they huddled together, frightened, wild-eyed, out of my house before I hurt you. They fled, terrified. The door banged behind them. Joe stood shaking in the center of the room. Then he reached for a chair gropingly and sat down. He passed one moist, flabby hand over his forehead, and it came away wet. The telephone rang. He sat still. It sounded far away and unimportant, like something forgotten. I think he did not even hear it with his conscious ear, but it rang and rang insistently. Joe liked to answer his phone when at home. "Hello?" He knew instantly the voice at the other end. "That you, Joe?" it said. "Yes." "How's my boy?" "I'm all right. Listen, Joe, the crowd's coming over tonight. I fixed up a little poker game for you, just 8 of us. I can't come tonight, Gert." "Can't? Why not?" "I'm not feeling so good." "You just said you were all right." "I am all right, just kind of tired." The voice took on a cooing tone. "Is my Joey tired? Then he shall be all comfy on the sofa, and he doesn't need to play if he doesn't want to. No, sir." Joe stood staring at the black mouthpiece of the telephone. He was seeing a procession go marching by. Boys, hundreds of boys in khaki. "Hello? Hello?" The voice took on an anxious note. "Are you there?" "Yes," wearily. "Joe, there's something the matter. You're sick. I'm coming right over." "No." "Why not? You sound as if you'd been sleeping." "Look here." "Leave me alone," cried Joe suddenly, and the receiver clacked onto the hook. "Leave me alone. Leave me alone." Long after the connection had been broken, he stood staring at the instrument with unseeing eyes. Then he turned and walked into the front room. All the light had gone out of it. Dusk had come on. All the light had gone out of everything. The zest had gone out of life. The game was over. The game he had been playing against loneliness and disappointment. And he was just a tired old man. A lonely, tired old man in a ridiculous rose-colored room that had grown all of a sudden drab. End of The Gay Old Dog by Edna Ferber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Happy Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owen Way. The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. "He is as beautiful as a weathercock," remarked one of the town councillors, who wished to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes. "Only not quite so useful," he added, fearing lest people should think him unpractical, which he really was not. "Why can't you be like the Happy Prince?" asked a sensible mother of her little boy who was crying for the moon. "The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything." "I am glad there is someone in the world who is quite happy," muttered a disappointed man as he gazed at the wonderful statue. "He looks just like an angel," said the charity children, as they came out of the cathedral in their bright scarlet cloaks and their clean white pinafores. "How do you know?" said the mathematical master. "You have never seen one." "Ah, but we have, in our dreams," answered the children. And the mathematical master frowned and looked very severe, for he did not approve of children dreaming. One night there flew over the city a little swallow. His friends had gone away to Egypt 6 weeks before, but he had stayed behind, for he was in love with the most beautiful reed. He had met her early in the spring as he was flying down the river after a big yellow moth, and had been so attracted by her slender waist that he had stopped to talk to her. "Shall I love you?" said the swallow, who liked to come to the point at once, and the reed made him a low bow. So he flew round and round her, touching the water with his wings and making silver ripples. This was his courtship, and it lasted all through the summer. "It is a ridiculous attachment," twittered the other swallows. "She has no money and far too many relations." And indeed, the river was quite full of reeds. Then, when the autumn came, they all flew away. After they had gone, he felt lonely and began to tire of his lady-love. "She has no conversation," he said, "and I am afraid that she is a coquette, for she is always flirting with the wind." And certainly, whenever the wind blew, the reed made the most graceful curtsies. "I admit that she is domestic," he continued, "but I love travelling, and my wife, consequently, should love travelling also. Will you come away with me?" he said finally to her. But the reed shook her head. She was so attached to her home. "You have been trifling with me," he cried. "I am off to the pyramids. Goodbye." And he flew away. All day long he flew, and at night time he arrived at the city. "Where shall I put up?" he said. "I hope the town has made preparations." Then he saw the statue on the tall column. "I will put up there," he cried. "It is a fine position, with plenty of fresh air." So he alighted just between the feet of the happy prince. "I have a golden bedroom," he said softly to himself as he looked round, and he prepared to go to sleep. But just as he was putting his head under his wing, a large drop of water fell on him. "What a curious thing!" he cried. "There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. The climate in the north of Europe is really dreadful." The reed used to like the rain, but that was merely her selfishness. Then another drop fell. "What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off?" he said. "I must look for a good chimney-pot," and he determined to fly away. But before he had opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw... Ah! What did he see? The eyes of the happy prince were filled with tears, and tears were running down his golden cheeks. His face was so beautiful in the moonlight that the little swallow was filled with pity. "Who are you?" he said. "I am the happy prince." "Why are you weeping then?" asked the swallow. "You have quite drenched me." "When I was alive and had a human heart," answered the statue. "I did not know what tears were, for I lived in the palace of Sans Souci, where sorrow is not allowed to enter. In the daytime I played with my companions in the garden, and in the evening I led the dance in the great hall. Round the garden ran a very lofty wall, but I never cared to ask what lay beyond it. Everything about me was so beautiful. My courtiers called me the happy prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. So I lived, and so I died. And now that I am dead, they have set me up here so high that I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep." "What? Is he not solid gold?" said the swallow to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud. "Far away," continued the statue in a low musical voice, "far away in a little street there is a poor house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn, and she has coarse red hands, all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest of the Queen's maids of honour to wear at the next court ball. In a bed in the corner of her room her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever and is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him but river water, so he is crying. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword hilt? My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move." "I am waited for in Egypt," said the swallow. "My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers. Soon they will go to sleep in the tomb of the great king. The king is there himself in his painted coffin. He is wrapped in yellow linen and embalmed with spices. Round his neck is a chain of pale green jade, and his hands are like withered leaves. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother so sad. I don't think I like boys, answered the swallow. Last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys, the miller's sons, who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me, of course. We swallows fly far too well for that, and besides, I come of a family famous for its agility, but still it was a mark of disrespect. But the happy prince looked so sad that the little swallow was sorry. It is very cold here, he said, but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger. Thank you, little swallow, said the prince. So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the cathedral tower, where the white marble angels were sculpted. He passed by the palace and heard the sound of dancing. A beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover. How wonderful the stars are, he said to her, and how wonderful is the power of love. I hope my dress will be ready in time for the state ball, she answered. I have ordered passion flowers to be embroidered on it, but the seamstresses are so lazy. He passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. He passed over the ghetto and saw the old Jews bargaining with each other and weighing out money in copper scales. At last he came to the poor house and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep, she was so tired. In he hopped and laid the great ruby on the table beside the woman's thimble. Then he flew gently round the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with his wings. How cool I feel, said the boy. I must be getting better. And he sank into a delicious slumber. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done. It is curious, he remarked, but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold. That is because you have done a good action, said the prince. And the little swallow began to think, and then he fell asleep. Thinking always made him sleepy. When the day broke, he flew down to the river and had a bath. What a remarkable phenomenon, said the professor of ornithology as he was passing over the bridge. A swallow in winter. And he wrote a long letter about it to the local newspaper. Everyone quoted it. It was full of so many words that they could not understand. Tonight I go to Egypt, said the swallow, and he was in high spirits at the prospect. He visited all the public monuments and sat a long time on top of the church steeple. Wherever he went, the sparrows chirruped and said to each other, "What a distinguished stranger!" So he enjoyed himself very much. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. "Have you any commissions for Egypt?" he cried. "I am just starting." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me one night longer?" "I am waited for in Egypt," answered the swallow. "Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse crouches there among the bulrushes, and on a great granite throne sits the god Memnon. All night long he watches the stars, and when the morning star shines, he utters one cry of joy, and then he is silent. At noon the yellow lions come down to the water's edge to drink. They have eyes like green beryls, and their roar is louder than the roar of the cataract. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. "Far away across the city I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers, and in a tumbler by his side there is a bunch of the withered violets. His hair is brown and crisp, and his lips are as red as a pomegranate, and he has large and dreamy eyes. He is trying to finish a play for the director of the theatre, but he is too cold to write any more. There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint." "I will wait with you one night longer," said the swallow, who really had a good heart. "Shall I take him another ruby?" "Alas, I have no ruby now," said the prince. "My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweller and buy food and firewood and finish his play." "Dear prince," said the swallow, "I cannot do that," and he began to weep. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "do as I command you." So the swallow plucked out the prince's eye and flew away to the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in, as there was a hole in the roof. Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings, and when he looked up he found the beautiful sapphire lying on the withered violets. "I am beginning to be appreciated," he cried. "This is from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play," and he looked quite happy. The next day the swallow flew down to the harbour. He sat on the mast of a large vessel and watched the sailors hauling big chests out of the hold with ropes. "Heave ahoy!" they shouted as each chest came up. "I am going to Egypt," cried the swallow, but nobody minded, and when the moon rose he flew back to the happy prince. "I am come to bid you good-bye," he cried. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me one night longer?" "It is winter," answered the swallow, "and the chill snow will soon be here. In Egypt the sun is warm on the green palm trees, and the crocodiles lie in the mud and look lazily about them. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbec, and the pink and white doves are watching them and cooing to each other. Dear prince, I must leave you, but I will never forget you, and next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea." "In the square below," said the happy prince, "there stands a little match-girl. She has let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare. Pluck out my other eye and give it to her, and her father will not beat her." "I will stay with you one night longer," said the swallow, "but I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "do as I command you." So he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match-girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. "What a lovely bit of glass!" cried the little girl, and she ran home, laughing. Then the swallow came back to the prince. "You are blind now," he said, "so I will stay with you always." "No, little swallow," said the poor prince, "you must go away to Egypt." "I will stay with you always," said the swallow, and he slept at the prince's feet. All the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen in strange lands. He told him of the red ibises, who stand in long rows on the banks of the Nile and catch goldfish in their beaks, of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and lives in the desert and knows everything, of the merchants who walk slowly by the side of their camels and carry amber beads in their hands, of the king of the mountains of the moon, who is as black as ebony and worships a large crystal, of the great green snake that sleeps in a palm tree and has 20 priests to feed it with honey cakes, and of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on large flat leaves and are always at war with the butterflies. "Dear little swallow," said the prince, "you tell me of marvellous things, but more marvellous than anything is the suffering of men and of women. There is no mystery so great as misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see there." So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while the beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children looking out listlessly at the black streets. Under the archway of a bridge, 2 little boys were lying in one another's arms to try and keep themselves warm. "How hungry we are," they said. "You must not lie here," shouted the watchman, and they wandered out into the rain. Then he flew back and told the prince what he had seen. "I am covered with fine gold," said the prince. "You must take it off, leaf by leaf, and give it to my poor. The living always think that gold can make them happy." Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and grey. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street. "We have bread now," they cried. Then the snow came, and after the snow came the frost. The streets looked as if they were made of silver, they were so bright and glistening. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but he would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But at last he knew that he was going to die. He had just strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more. "Goodbye, dear prince," he murmured. "Will you let me kiss your hand?" "I am glad that you are going to Egypt at last, little swallow," said the prince. "You have stayed too long here, but you must kiss me on the lips, for I love you." "It is not to Egypt that I am going," said the swallow. "I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?" And he kissed the happy prince on the lips, and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right in two. It certainly was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning the mayor was walking in the square below in company with the town councillors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue. "Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks," he said. "How shabby indeed," cried the town councillors, who always agreed with the mayor, and they went up to look at it. "The ruby has fallen out of his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is golden no longer," said the mayor in fact. "He is little better than a beggar." "Little better than a beggar," said the town councillors. "And here is actually a dead bird at his feet," continued the mayor. "We must really issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here." And the town clerk made a note of the suggestion. So they pulled down the statue of the happy prince. "As he is no longer beautiful, he is no longer useful," said the art professor at the university. Then they melted the statue in a furnace, and the mayor held a meeting of the corporation to decide what was to be done with the metal. "We must have another statue, of course," he said, "and it shall be a statue of myself." "Of myself," said each of the town councillors, and they quarrelled. When I last heard of them, they were quarrelling still. "What a strange thing," said the overseer of the workmen at the foundry. "This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away." So they threw it on a dust heap, where the dead swallow was also lying. "Bring me the 2 most precious things in the city," said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. "You have rightly chosen," said God, "for in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing for evermore, and in my city of gold the happy prince shall praise me." End of The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. Recording by Owen Way.
Haunted by G. Ranger Wormser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted. He lived quite alone in the stone-built shanty perched on the highest pinnacle of the great sun-bleached chalk cliffs. All about him, as far as the eye could reach, lay the flat salt marshes with their dank yellowed grasses. Against the inland horizon 3 gaunt, thin-foliaged trees reared themselves from the monotonously even soil. Overhead, the cloud-splotched blue-gray sky, and below him the changing, motion-pulled, current-swirling depths of the blue-green sea. And at all times of the day and the night, the wild whirring of the seagulls' wings and the uncanny, inhuman, piercing sound of their shrieking. He had lived there since that day when the fisherman had pulled him, half-drowned, out of the sea. He could never remember where he had come from or what had happened. All that he ever knew was that far out, by the nets in the early morning, they had come upon him and had brought him in to the shore. Naturally, the fisherman had questioned him, but his vagueness, his absolute lack of belief that he had ever been anything before they had snatched him from the waters, had frightened them, so that since that day they had left him severely alone. Fishing folk have strange, superstitious ideas about certain things. He had borne the full weight of their credulous awe. Perhaps because he himself thought as they thought, that he was something come from the sea, and of the sea, and always belonging to the sea. He had built himself the stone shanty upon the highest pinnacle of those waste-grown chalk cliffs, and he had stayed on and on, year in and year out, close there to the sea. In winter, for livelihood, he made baskets from the reeds he had picked in the swamps about him. In the summer, he sold the vegetables he grew in the tiny truck garden behind his house. Somehow, he managed to eke out a living. The fishing folk in the small village at the foot of the cliffs saw him come and go along their narrow streets, morose and taciturn. He never spoke to any of them unless he had to. They, in their turn, avoided him with their habitual superstitious uneasiness. He went to and fro between his shanty and the village store when the need arose. The rest of the time he sat in front of his iron-bolted door, staring and staring down at the sea. Daybreak and noon, evening and night, he sat there. When the sky above was tinged with the first streaking colors of the dawn, he watched the ghostly gray expanse of the ocean. When the sun was high in the heavens, he looked steadily at the light-flecked, spotted swells of the waves. When the shadows began to creep up from the earth, he stared at the greater blackness that swam in glistening, undulating darkness to him from across the water. And at night his eyes strained through the fitful gloom at the pitchy, turbulent sea. It was like that in all kinds of weather. The spring tides, with their quick changes from calm to storm, and the slender silver crescent of the new moon hanging just above the horizon, the long summer laziness of the green ocean with its later gigantic flame-red moons, and the wide yellow streak of phosphorescent light that streamed in moving ripples to him, the chill lashing spray in autumn, the foam-covered seething breadth of it in winter when the blackness of the low night skies and the darkness of the high tides were as one menacing, roaring turmoil churning itself into white spumed frenzy. It always held him. He was a man of one idea, the sea. He was a man who drew his life from one source, the sea. It had taken his body and had tried to drown it. The sea had for that short time caught and gripped his soul. The slimy, wet touch of it was seared into him. It fascinated him. It kept him near it, so that he could not have gotten away from it, had he had the courage to want to get away. It kept him there as though he belonged to it, as though it knew he belonged to it, and knew that he knew it, and always and ever the sea haunted him. The fishing men coming home late at night across the water had grown used to steering their course by the unreal light that trickled out to them from the shanty on the top of the cliffs. And in the dawn, when they pushed their smacks off from the long, hard beach to sail out to the nets, they knew that from the high precipices above them the man was watching. And outwardly they laughed at him, even when in their hearts they feared the thing they thought he was. They could not understand him. They who made their living from the sea could not understand how he could be content to live the way he was living. They could not have known that he would infinitely rather have died than to have taken one thing from out the sea from which he had already filched his soul. His enslavement by it had made him understand it a lot better than they understood it. And so he lived the stupid, hypnotized life of one who is held so enchained and cowed that he could not think for himself or of himself, until that day when he first met Sally. It was a sunny day late in the autumn that he stood in front of the weather-beaten wooden hut of the village store, his arms filled with baskets. And as he stood there, Sally Walsh came from the store and out into the street. She had seen the man 100 times, but she had never seen him so close. She stopped short and stared quite frankly at the bigness of him, at the heavily matted hair clinging so damply to his forehead, and at the white face so strange to her beside the sunburned faces she had always seen. It was when, quite suddenly, he looked at her and she saw the odd blue-green sea-colored eyes of him that she started to hurry on. She had gotten halfway down the street when he overtook her. "Do you want anything of me?" he asked, his blue-green eyes going quickly over her slight form, her small face, and resting for a second curiously upon her masses of coiled golden hair. Why, no." "You sure?" "Sure." She went on her way again, and he stood there watching her go. Then he turned abruptly and walked slowly back to the store. It was not so long after that when he met her for the second time. She was on her knees in the yard in front of her father's house, mending the tar-covered fishing nets with quick, deft fingers. He stopped at the gate, feeling the intensity of his blue-green eyes upon her. She looked up and saw him. She got to her feet. "It's a nice morning." She spoke to him first. "Yes," he said. "You live up there?" She pointed a bare-browned arm up toward the sun-bleached chalk cliffs. "By yourself?" "Yes." "You ain't got a boat?" "No." "They say you don't ever fish. Why don't you, mister?" I ain't the one to fish." "Want to help me with these here nets?" I can't do that." "It ain't hard, mister." "I can't do it." "Come on in, I'll show you how." He opened the gate and went into the yard, and then he stood there just looking down at her. "I wouldn't touch no net." Her brows drew together in a puzzled frown. "You mean you don't like fishing?" Somehow he did not want her to know. "I ain't the one to take no sea thing away from the sea." "Oh," she said, not understanding. They were silent a moment. "You sell baskets?" she asked him. "Do you want one?" "Maybe." "Got a medium-sized one?" "Got a lot." "Maybe I could use one." "I'd like mighty well to give you one, little girl." "Why, I ain't a little girl, mister. I thought..." "I'd maybe buy," he interrupted her. "You'll not buy one off of me. I'll bring you one if you like. A medium-sized one. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." "Thanks. Goodbye, little girl." "Goodbye, mister." At the end of the street he turned to look back. She was on her knees working at her mending of the nets again. She looked very small kneeling there on the hard brown earth with the straggling lines of squat weather-darkened shanties trailing behind her out onto the edge of the yellow-sanded beach, and the clear unbroken blue of the autumn skies above. She glanced up, and then she waved her hand at him. He went slowly along the narrow pathway that wound through the sharp crevices of the chalk cliffs to the back of his own stone-built shanty. That night he stood staring out at the sea. The moon was on the wane. It hung very low in the sky so that the red-gold streak of it seemed to dip into the water. A cold northeast wind lashed over the waves. Dark, swollen, purplish clouds raced together in an angry mass. The sea itself was black, but for the tossing gigantic waves with their dead white crests of spraying foam. The pounding of them on the beach below him vibrated in his ears. The seagulls were flying heavily close to the earth. Their inhuman, piercing, shrieking filled the air. The little girl had spoken to him. He turned from the sea then. He went into his shanty. He bolted the great iron bolts of the door and braced himself against it, as if he were shutting something out, something that he feared, something that was certain to come after him. He crouched there, shivering and shuddering. The pounding of the sea was in his ears. The wind that came from the ocean whistled and wailed shrilly around and around the house. He leaned there, his back to the door, his hands pressing stiff-fingered against it, his lips moving, mumbling dumbly. His eyes, the color of the sea, stared blindly before him. The rumbling roar of the rising tide, the thundering boom of it, and in the sudden lull of the wind, the hiss of the seething spray. The sea was angry. He thought with a kind of paralyzing terror that it was angry with him. It was calling to him. The lashing of the big waves demanded him. The sonorous drumming of it. He had never before denied its call. The persistent thudding of it there at the base of the chalk cliffs. It was insisting that he belonged to it. The inhuman, piercing shrieks of the circling seagulls mocked him. They knew that he belonged to the sea. How could he even think of that golden-haired little girl who had spoken to him? The sea was angry. He tore at the iron bolts, and flinging the door wide open, he rushed out to the edge of the chalk cliffs. And as he stood there, the clouds dwindled in a vaporous haze away from the skies. The thin red gold line of the waning moon grew brighter. The sea lay foam-flecked and calm beneath the dark heavens, and at the base of the chalk cliffs the water lapped and lapped with a strange insidious sound. And the next day he sat there in front of his shanty, his reeds in his hands, his fingers busy with his basket weaving, making big baskets and small baskets, and his eyes, blue-green and strained, were fixed on the tranquil blue-green of the water below him. For 2 days he sat there in front of his iron-bolted door that now swung wide open on its rusty hinges. The 3rd day he stood upon the edge of the precipice. It was a grey, fog-drenched day. The mist dripped all about him. The opaque veil of it shut out everything in wet obliteration. He stood quite still, knowing that beneath its dank, dribbling thickness, the sea churned wildly in its rising tide. And standing there motionless, he heard a voice calling through the quiet denseness of the fog, a voice coming from a distance and muffled by the mist. He started. It was her voice calling to him from the narrow pathway that wound up the chalk cliffs to the back of his shanty. "Mister! Oh, mister!" He reached his hand out in front of him, trying to break the saturating cover of the fog. He went stumbling unseeingly toward the rear of the house. "Mister! Oh, mister!" The rear of the shanty. His feet sank down into the turned soil of the truck garden. He stood still. "Here." "Mister?" The voice of her was near. "Where are you?" He could not see in front of him. He felt that she was close. "Here, little girl." He saw the faint outline of her shadow then through the obliterating denseness of the mist. "Some fog, ain't it, mister? Stay where you are. There's the precipice." "I ain't afraid of no precipice." "Stay where you are." He could hear the dripping of the mist over the window ledges, and then he thought he heard, smothered by the weight of the fog, the pounding of the sea. "You surprised to see me? But you ain't able to see me, are you?" "No." "You ain't surprised?" Down there at the base of the chalk cliffs, the sea was still, waiting. "You shouldn't have come." "Why? You don't mean you ain't trying to tell me you don't want me here?" Great beads of moisture trickled down across his eyes. "Little girl, I just said you shouldn't have come, not up here in this kind of weather." "Oh, the weather," she laughed. "I ain't the one to mind the weather, mister." Again he reached his hand out in front of him in an effort to rend the suffocating thickness of the fog. His fingers touched her arm and closed over it. From below him came the repeated warning roar of the waves. "Can you find your way home by yourself, little girl?" "I ain't going home, mister, not yet. I came up here to get that basket you said you had for me. You know, the medium-sized one." "I'll give it to you now." Her hand caught at his hand that lay on her arm. Her fingers fastened themselves around his and held tightly. He had never felt anything like that. The touch of them was cool and fresh, like seaweed that had just drifted in from the sea. And then from far off across the water came the shrill, piercing shriek of a gull. He felt her start. "That's only a seagull, little girl." "I know, mister, but don't it sound strange? Almost as if it were the sea itself, calling for something." For a second he could not speak. "Why," his voice was hoarse, "why do you say that?" "I don't know. Sometimes I get to feeling mighty queer about that water out there." "You mean, why, you ain't afraid of it, little girl, are you?" "Afraid? There ain't nothing that I'm afraid of, mister. Why, I'd go anywhere and not be afraid." He repeated her words very slowly to himself. "You'd go anywhere and not be afraid." He thought then that the fog was lifting. A sickly, yellowish glow filtered through the heavy grayness. He could see her more distinctly. "There's only one thing about the sea, mister, that'd scare me, and that's—" She broke off abruptly. "What, little girl?" "Why, mister, why, I can't hardly say it, but there's Pa, and there's my brother, Will. If anything ever happened, if the sea ever did anything to Pa or Will, why, I guess, mister, I'd just die." "Don't," he said quickly, "don't you talk like that." For a second they were silent. The sun was breaking through the dwindling thickness of the mist. He could see it lifting in a faint gray line, uncovering the reach of the flat salt marshes with their dank yellowed grasses. A thin silver net of it hung for a second between the sky and the earth, and was gone. From the base of the chalk cliffs came the sound of the sea lapping and lapping with insistent cunning. She dropped his hand, and she stood there looking up to him, scanning his white face with those childlike eyes of hers. "You live up here because of the sea, mister?" "Yes." "You ever feel the sea's something alive, like you and me?" "You feel that too?" "Yes," she said slowly, "and I knew you felt it, because the first time I saw you, why, you're somehow something like the sea." His hands clenched at his sides, his breath came in quick, rasping gasps. "I'll get your basket," he muttered. He rushed into his one-room shanty and caught up the basket nearest to him and went out again to her. She took the basket from him in silence. She slipped the handle of it on to her arm, her hands rubbed against each other, the fingers of them twining and intertwining. "I'll be going now, mister." "Yes, I've got to be getting home before Pa and Will go out to the nets. Goodbye, little girl." "Goodbye, mister, and thanks." He stood there and watched her go from the back of his stone-built shanty, down the narrow winding path that lay along the sun-bleached chalk cliffs. She went quickly and lightly down the steep incline, her small slender figure in its blue-print dress, with the sun bringing out the burnished glints in her golden hair. His eyes strained after her. In a short while he lost her from sight. He went back to his basket-making then, and as he sat there, his fingers weaving and bending the supple reeds, mechanically working them into shape, he tried to shut out all thought of her, to feel as though she had never come to him, to rivet his attention upon the insistent pounding of the sea that hurled itself again and again at the base of the chalk cliffs, calling and calling to him. After a while, the early deep blue dusk of the twilight came. He got stiffly to his feet. The long moving shadows were quivering in fantastic purpled patterns on the ground about him. Great daubs of them clung in the crevices of the chalk cliffs. A mat of shadows crept over the flat salt marshes and through the dank yellowed grasses. There was a sudden chill in the wind that came to him from off the water. A flock of screeching seagulls, wildly beating their wings, rose from the cliffs and whirred out toward the open sea, the uncanny piercing sound of their shrieking coming deafeningly back to him. He stood there staring at the ocean, his head well back, his nostrils dilated, his blue-green eyes strangely wide. Far in the distance, against the graying horizon, he could see the choppy, white-capped waves racing over the smooth, dark water. Even as he looked, the sea began to rise in great, swollen billows. The wind, too, was rising. He could hear the distant cry of it. His heart began to thump wildly. He knew what was going to happen, just as he always knew. He could feel what the sea was going to do. He stood there undecided. A quick picture came to him of the storm. He had seen it all before. He had stood there on the chalk cliffs and watched it all, watched the shattered, broken logs, the swirling, sucking water. The sea had held him under its spell, had compelled him to witness its maddened, infuriated stalking of its prey. Her people were out there, her Pa and her Will. Why had she told him that? Why had she said if anything ever happened to them, she would die? Why? He could just make out the stiff sticks of the nets reaching thin and dark from the surface of the gray water against the lighter gray skies, and the boats rowing toward them, the boats with the fishermen. He could see the slender patches of them rising and falling with the waves, going slowly to the nets. He could distinguish the small, dark shadows of the men rowing. They had pulled him out of the sea in that early morning. He who was something come from the sea, and of the sea, and always belonging to the sea. To betray the sea. The waves were racing in to the shore. The thumping, deafening boom of them there at the base of the chalk cliffs below him. He tried to tear his eyes away from it. It held him as it ever held him. It kept him there as though he belonged to it, as though it knew he belonged to it, and knew that he knew it. A strange uneasiness arose within him. Even before he was conscious of it, He felt that the sea had sensed it. Its insistent, angry pounding threatened him. She had said that she would die. Below him the swirling, churning sea. He turned then and went very slowly down the narrow, winding path that led along the sun-bleached chalk cliffs. Through the deep blue dusk of the evening he went, and the grey-blotched reach of the flat salt marshes with their dank yellowed grasses lay all about him, and overhead the cloud-spotted moving grey of the sky, and beneath him the raging sea that called to him and called. He never stopped until he came to the weather-darkened shanty where she lived. He paused then at the gate. A lighted lamp was in one of the windows on the ground floor. The soft glow of it streamed in a long ladder of light out to him in the darkness. He opened the gate and went haltingly across the yard, and after a moment's hesitation he knocked at the door. At the far end of the street the sea thudded over the yellow sanded beach, the pale stretch of it coming out of the greyness in a long white line. She answered his knock. The light from the lamp went through the open doorway. Something in his face terrified her, something that she had never before seen in those blue-green eyes, the color of the sea. "What is it? What's happened?" He stood there just looking down at her. "Oh, mister, tell me, please, what is it?" Her two hands went up to her throat and caught tightly at her neck. "There's a storm." She looked out into the quiet, darkening evening. "A storm?" "There's a bad storm coming." He could hardly say the words. She stared up at him. Her childlike eyes were very wide. "Will it be soon?" He never took his blue-green eyes from off her face. "It's coming quick." "They're out, Pa and Will." He said it very quietly then. "That's why I'm here." "How can we get them back?" "Oh, little girl," he muttered, "little girl." "How, mister, how?" "I'll get a boat." "There's Sam Wilkins' smack down there at the wharf. We could take that." "Then I'll go after them." They went from the door together, down the street and out onto the back patch of the wharf. Through the greyness they could see the boat rocking on the water at the farther end. The wail of the rising wind, the pounding of the sea, and close to them the muffled bumping sound of the smack, thrown again and again at the long wooden piles of the wharf. For a second they stood quiet. "I'm going," he said. Her arms went suddenly up around his neck. Her lips brushed across his. He felt her body shivering. He caught and held her to him. And then he let her go and went quickly to the end of the wharf and pulled the boat alongside and stepped into it. He looked up at her, standing there against the grey sky. He could see the white patches of her face and her hands and the pale mass of her hair that the wind had loosened, and down through the draggling greyness he distinctly saw her childlike eyes searching for his. Before he could stop her, she was in the boat. "Get back!" "I'm going." "Quick, get back!" "I'm going with you." "You can't. You don't know." "I'm not afraid. Honest, I'm not." "You don't know what it means." "I'm not afraid." "Little girl, I ain't going if you go." "You've got to go." He repeated her words. "I've got to go." "If you don't take me with you." He had never heard her voice like that. "I'll come out myself. You can't leave me. You can't." The rain began then. Great drops of it fell into his face. The whining of the wind was terrific. "You don't know what it means." "I do know. Oh, God, I do." He caught up his oars then. He rowed with all his strength. The whole thing was so strange to him. Her going, their being out on the water, the rowing. The waves rose in tremendous black swells all about them. The rain and the spray drenched them. The wind rocked the small boat. The whistling wail of it, the lowering cloud-sprawled pitchy sky. He pulled in silence until they came to the nets. She stood up in the boat and called. Again and again her voice rose into the wind. "Sit down," he told her. A distant shout answered her. He bent to his oars then, till he came to the cluster of smacks on the other side of the nets. "Pa!" she cried. "Sally, what you doing here? Pa, there's a storm." "I can see that. Pa, come on back to the shore." "You get on back, Sally. It'll blow over." She turned to him then. "You tell him," she said it desperately. "You tell him." He waited until he got just alongside of the fishing smack. "It's going to be a bad one." He said it slowly. He thought then that the angry swirling of the sea became more infuriated, that the swell of the waves was greater. Far in the distance he heard the inhuman piercing shriek of the seagulls. "Who's that there, Sally?" "It's me." He saw that both of the men in the smack leaned toward him. "What?" It's me. You." "Go on back, Pa. We'll make him go on back. Get the others to go. Please, Pa, please." For answer he heard the man shout to the other boats about the nets, "Storm, lads! Make for the shore!" He saw a moment's hesitation in that cluster of fishing smacks, and then one by one he watched them pull away from the nets and row toward the beach. He reached out his hand and caught hold of the other boat's gunwale. "Make the little girl go back with you." "Come on, Sally, hop across there. Pa'll help you." "We'll follow you, Pa." "All right." "Tell the little girl to go with you." "With me?" "Tell her." "You go on, Pa. We'll come right after you." He felt the boat at his side give a quick lurch. His hand slipped into the water. He could feel the sea pulling at it. His own smack rocked perilously for a second. And then he saw the girl's father and brother rowing toward the beach. What did you do that for?" She did not answer him. A wave broke over the bow of his boat. In the darkness he could see her crawling on her hands and knees along the bottom of the smack to him. He reached down and caught her up in his arms. "Will they get back safe?" She whispered it. "Yes." "Sure?" "They're there now." And then the storm broke. The lightning flashed in zigzagging, blind flares across the dark of the sky. The thunder rumbled in clattering crescendo. The sea tore and swirled and sucked. Wave after wave broke over the small boat. She rocked and pitched and swiveled. The oars were washed away. The rain and the wind stung them with their fury. The spray cut into their faces. From far off came the uncanny, inhuman, piercing sound of the seagulls shrieking. He knew then that the time had come. He held her very close to him. He had filched his soul from the sea. He who was something come from the sea and of the sea and always belonging to the sea. He had betrayed the sea. "Little girl, I'm not afraid. Little girl, I couldn't stay on without you. I always knew, always, that sometime you'd go back. You're not scared? Just hold me tight." The foam-covered, seething breath of the water churning itself into white spumed frenzy, the dark lowering skies, the black deep pole of the sea. Tighter! End of Haunted by G. Ranger Wormser. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
The Homecoming by Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garfield D'Souza. The Homecoming. Fatih Chakravarti was ringleader among the boys of the village. A new mischief got into his head. There was a heavy log lying on the mud flat of the river waiting to be shaped into a mast for a boat. He decided that they should all work together to shift the log by main force from its place and roll it away. The owner of the log would be angry and surprised, and they would all enjoy the fun. Everyone seconded the proposal, and it was carried unanimously. But But just as the fun was about to begin, Makhan, Fatigue's younger brother, sauntered up and sat down on the log in front of them all without a word. The boys were puzzled for a moment. He was pushed, rather timidly, by one of the boys and told to get up, but he remained quite unconcerned. He appeared like a young philosopher meditating on the futility of games. Fatigue was furious. "Makhan," he cried, "if you don't get down this minute, I'll trash you." Makhan only moved to a more comfortable position. Now, if Fatigue was to keep his regal dignity before the public, it was clear he ought to carry out his threat. But his courage failed him at the crisis. His fertile brain, however, rapidly seized upon a new maneuver which would discomfort his brother and afford his followers an added amusement. He gave the word of command to roll the log and Makhan over together. Makhan heard the order and made it a point of honor to stick on. But he overlooked the fact, like those who attempt earthly fame in other matters, that there was peril in it. The boys began to heave at the log with all their might, calling out, "1, 2, 3, go!" At the word "go," the log went, and with it went Makhan's philosophy, glory, and all. The other boys shouted themselves hoarse with delight, but Fatigue was a little frightened. He knew what was coming, and sure enough, Makhan rose from Mother Earth, blind as fate and screaming like the Furies. He rushed at Fatigue and scratched his face and beat him and kicked him, and then went crying home. The first act of the drama was over. Fatigue wiped his face and sat down on the edge of a sunken barge by the river bank and began to chew a piece of grass. A boat came up to the landing, and a middle-aged man with grey hair and dark moustache stepped on shore. He saw the boy sitting there doing nothing and asked him where the Chakravartis lived. Fatigue went on chewing the grass and said, "Over there," but it was quite impossible to tell where he pointed. The stranger asked him again. He swung his legs to and fro on the side of the barge and said, "Go and find out," and continued to chew the grass as before. But now a servant came down from the house and told Fatigue his mother wanted him. Fatigue refused to move. But the servant was a master on this occasion. He took Fatigue up roughly and carried him, kicking and struggling in impotent rage. When Fatigue came into the house, his mother saw him. She called out angrily, "So, you have been hitting Makhan again?" Fatigue answered indignantly, "No, I haven't. Who told you that?" His mother shouted, "Don't tell lies. You have." Fatigue said sullenly, "I tell you I haven't. You ask Makhan." But Makhan thought it best to stick to his previous statement. He said, "Yes, mother, Fatigue did hit me." Fatigue's patience was already exhausted. He could not bear this injustice. He rushed at Fatigue and hammered him with blows. "Take that," he cried, and that, for telling lies." His mother took Makhan's side in a moment and pulled Fatigue away, beating him with her hands. When Fatigue pushed her aside, she shouted out, "What? You little villain? Would you hit your own mother?" It was just at this critical juncture that the grey-haired stranger arrived. He asked what was the matter. Fatigue looked sheepish and ashamed. But when his mother stepped back and looked at the stranger, her anger was changed to surprise, for she recognized her brother and cried, "Why, Dada, where have you come from?" As she said these words, she bowed to the ground and touched his feet. Her brother had gone away soon after she had married, and he had started business in Bombay. His sister had lost her husband while he was there. Bishamber had now come back to Calcutta and had at once made inquiries about his sister. He had then hastened to see her as soon as he found out where she was. The next few days were full of rejoicing. The brother asked after the education of the two boys. He was told by his sister that fatigue was a perpetual nuisance. He was lazy, disobedient, and wild. But Mucken was as good as gold, as quiet as a lamb, and very fond of reading. Bishamber kindly offered to take fatigue off his sister's hands and educate him with his own children in Calcutta. The widowed mother readily agreed. When his uncle asked Fatigue if he would like to go to Calcutta with him, his joy knew no bounds, and he said, "Oh yes, uncle," in a way that made it quite clear that he meant it. It was an immense relief to the mother to get rid of Fatigue. She had a prejudice against the boy, and no love was lost between the two brothers. She was in daily fear that he would either drown Mucken some day in the river, or break his head in a fight, or run him into some danger. At the same time, she was a little distressed to see Fatigue's extreme eagerness to get away. Fatigue, as soon as all was settled, kept asking his uncle every minute when they were to start. He was in pins and needles all day long with excitement, and lay awake most of the night. He bequeathed to Mucken in perpetuity his fishing rod, his big kite, and his marbles. Indeed, at this time of departure, his generosity towards Mucken was unbounded. When they reached Calcutta, Fatigue made the acquaintance of his aunt for the first time. She was by no means pleased with this unnecessary addition to her family. She found her own 3 boys quite enough to manage without taking anyone else, and to bring a village lad of 14 into their midst was terribly upsetting. Bishamber should really have thought twice before committing such an indiscretion. In this world of human affairs, there is no worse nuisance than a boy at the age of 14. He is neither ornamental nor useful. It is impossible to shower affection on him as on a little boy, and he is always getting in the way. If he talks with a childish lisp, he is called a baby, and if he answers in a grown-up way, he is called impertinent. In fact, any talk at all from him is resented. Then he is at the unattractive growing age. He grows out of his clothes with indecent haste, his voice grows hoarse and breaks and quavers, his face grows suddenly angular and unsightly. It is easy to excuse the shortcomings of early childhood, but it is hard to tolerate even unavoidable lapses in a boy of 14. The lad himself becomes painfully self-conscious. When he talks with elderly people, he is either unduly forward, or else so unduly shy that he appears ashamed of his very existence. Yet, it is at this very age, when in his heart of hearts, a young lad most craves for recognition and love, and he becomes the devoted slave of anyone who shows him consideration. But none dare openly love him, for that would be regarded as undue indulgence, and therefore bad for the boy. So what with scolding and chiding, he becomes very much like a stray dog that has lost his master. For a boy of 14, his own home is the only paradise. To live in a strange house with strange people is little short of torture, while the height of bliss is to receive the kind looks of women and never to be slighted by them. It was anguish to Fatigue to be the unwelcome guest in his aunt's house, despised by this elderly woman and slighted on every occasion. If ever she asked him to do anything for her, he would be so overjoyed that he would overdo it, and then she would tell him not to be so stupid, but to get on with his lessons. The cramped atmosphere of neglect oppressed Fatigue so much that he felt that he could hardly breathe. He wanted to go out into the open country and fill his lungs with fresh air. But there was no open country to go to. Surrounded on all sides by Calcutta houses and walls, he would dream night after night of his village home and long to be back there. He remembered the glorious meadow where he used to fly his kite all day long, the broad river banks where he would wander about the livelong day singing and shouting for joy, the narrow brook where he could go and dive and swim at any time he liked. He thought of his band of boy companions over whom he was despot, and above all, the memory of that tyrant mother of his who had such a prejudice against him occupied him day and night. A kind of physical love like that of animals, a longing to be in the presence of the one who is loved, an inexpressible wistfulness during absence, a silent cry of the inmost heart for the mother, like the lowing of a calf in the twilight. This love, which was almost an animal instinct, agitated the shy, nervous, lean, uncouth, and ugly boy. No one could understand it, but it preyed upon his mind continually. There was no more backward boy in the whole school than Fatigue. He gaped and remained silent when the teacher asked him a question, and like an overladen ass, patiently suffered all the blows that came down on his back. When other boys were out at play, he stood wistfully by the window and gazed at the roofs of the distant houses. And if by chance he espied children playing on the open terrace of any roof, his heart would ache with longing. One day he summoned up all his courage and asked his uncle, "Uncle, when can I go home?" His uncle answered, "Wait till the holidays come." But the holidays would not come till October, and there was a long time still to wait. One day Fatigue lost his lesson book. Even with the help of books, he had found it very difficult indeed to prepare his lesson. Now it was impossible. Day after day the teacher would cane him unmercifully. His condition became so abjectly miserable that even his cousins were ashamed to own him. They began to jeer and insult him more than the other boys. He went to his aunt at last and told her that he had lost his book. His aunt pursed her lips in contempt and said, "You great clumsy country lout! How can I afford with all my family to buy you new books 5 times a month?" That night, on his way back from school, Fatigue had a bad headache with a fit of shivering. He felt he was going to have an attack of malarial fever. His one great fear was that he would be a nuisance to his aunt. The next morning, Fatigue was nowhere to be seen. All searches in the neighborhood proved futile. The rain had been pouring in torrents all night, and those who went out in search of the boy got drenched through to the skin. At last, Bishamber asked help from the police. At the end of the day, a police van stopped at the door before the house. It was still raining, and the streets were all flooded. 2 constables brought out Fatigue in their arms and placed him before Bishamber. He was wet through from head to foot, muddy all over, his face and eyes flushed red with fever, and his limbs trembling. Bishamber carried him in his arms and took him into the inner apartments. When his wife saw him, she exclaimed, "What a heap of trouble this boy has given us! Hadn't you better send him home?" Fatigue heard her words and sobbed out loud, "Uncle, I was just going home, but they dragged me back again." The fever rose very high, and all that night the boy was delirious. Bishamber brought in a doctor. Fatigue opened his eyes, flushed with fever, and looked up to the ceiling and said vacantly, "Uncle, have the holidays come yet?" Bishamber wiped the tears from his own eyes and took Fatigue's lean and burning hands in his own and sat by him through the night. The boy began again to mutter. At last his voice became excited. "Mother," he cried, "don't beat me like that. Mother, I'm telling the truth." The next day, Fatigue became conscious for a short time. He turned his eyes about the room as if expecting someone to come. At last, with an air of disappointment, his head sank back on the pillow. He turned his face to the wall with a deep sigh. Bishamber knew his thoughts, and bending down his head, whispered, "Fatigue, I have sent for your mother." The day went by. The doctor said in a troubled voice that the boy's condition was very critical. Fatigue began to cry out, "By the mark, 3 fathoms! By the mark, 4 fathoms, by the mark." He had heard the sailor on the river steamer calling out the mark on the plumb line. Now he was himself plumbing an unfathomable sea. Later in the day, Fatigue's mother burst into the room like a whirlwind and began to toss from side to side and moan and cry in a loud voice. Bishamber tried to calm her agitation, but she flung herself on the bed and cried, "Fatigue, my darling, my darling." Fatigue stopped his restless movements for a moment. His hands ceased beating up and down. He said, "Eh?" The mother cried again, "Fatigue, my darling, my darling." Fatigue very slowly turned his head, and without seeing anybody said, "Mother, the holidays have come." End of The Homecoming.
The 100th Amendment, from Neither Here Nor There, by Oliver Herford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The 100th Amendment, by Oliver Herford. After the passage of the 98th Amendment, making it a misdemeanor to manufacture, sell, own, possess, purchase, nurse, dandle, or otherwise caress or display that effigy of an infant form commonly known as a doll, the abolition of that feathered symbol of vicarious maternity, the stork, followed as a matter of course. The passage of the Anti-Stork Bill, or, to be more accurate, the 99th Amendment, thanks to the tenacity and tact of President John Quincy Epstein, was the most expeditious piece of legislation put through by the 150th Congress. It must not be forgotten, however, that the introduction of lectures on obstetrics into the curriculum of the kindergartens had done much to educate the child vote, and that at the time the fate of the stork was hanging in the balance. That once esteemed bird of prurient evasion was already becoming unpopular, and well on its way to join the dodo. And now the Department of Government devoted to the cause of infant uplift, having abolished the mock offspring and settled the fate of the bird of nativity, cast about for some new field of endeavor. And what more fitting than that they should light upon the hoary old impostor masquerading under the several aliases Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, Kris Kringle, and Father Christmas? At once the propaganda was started. Press agents were engaged, lecture tours arranged, magazines subsidized. No matter what it might cost, this vulture, gnawing at the palladium of infant emancipation, must be destroyed. Santa Claus, once in the memory of living men and women, adored by children and winked at by their parents, was now branded as an impostor, a mountebank, and a public nuisance, and a perverter of infant intelligence. Santa Claus was an outlaw from the Commonwealth of Reason. It was thumbs down for Santa. It may be well to explain right here, since none of the events chronicled in this history has yet happened, that the movement for the emancipation and self-determination of infants, which has now taken such great strides, had its initiation in the presidential term of Miles Standish Sovietsky, when Congress extended the franchise to every child over 5 years of age who had made any serious contribution to literature or higher mathematics. It was the same year that President Sovietsky signed the 64th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, prohibiting the publication of fairy tales, and Congress suspended the Limitation of Search Act in order that private libraries and nurseries might be raided without warning, and all copies of the forbidden works summarily seized and destroyed. Simultaneously with the federal enactment, the states of Washington, Illinois, Nevada, and Oregon, ever in the advance of any great intellectual movement, passed laws prohibiting the personification or representation, public or private, in theater, music hall, clubhouse, lodge, church fair, schoolhouse, or private residence, of any supernatural, fairy, or otherwise mythical person or persons, or fraction thereof. Passing a constitutional amendment was now an almost everyday occurrence. Indeed, since the ratification of the 44th Amendment prohibiting the use of sarsaparilla as a beverage, coffee and tea had been legislated out of existence 5 years earlier, the enactment of a new amendment excited little or no comment. Even the 69th Amendment forbidding the use of caviar, club sandwiches, and buttonhole bouquets except for medical purposes received only casual notice in the metropolitan dailies. The 20th century was rapidly nearing its close, and the political apathy that for 50 years had been gradually benumbing the public morale now threatened to paralyze completely what little still remained of courage and initiative. Even the latest work of Bernard Shaw, A Bird's Eye View of the Infinite, published, with a 5-volume preface, on Mr. Shaw's 140th birthday, aroused so little resentment that his projected visit to the United States had to be abandoned, in spite of the fact that Bean and Soupo Bean, written only a week earlier, was acknowledged to have contributed largely to the triumph of the 79th Amendment, making vegetarianism compulsory in the United States. The 100th Amendment passed quickly through the early stages of the routine and perfunctory debate, without any appreciable sign of anything approaching popular protest. Here and there, a guarded expression, such as "Poor old Santa, I'm sorry he's got to go," was voiced in the privacy of a club by some elderly gentleman. Nothing more. Somewhere, behind somebody, was a power that directed and guided, perhaps threatened. Nobody knew who or what or where it was, or in what manner it worked. But work it did, and to such purposes that, after a scant week of cut-and-dried speech-making that deceived no one, the amendment was submitted unanimously by both houses of Congress, and the foregone conclusion of ratification was all that remained to make the abolition of Santa Claus an accomplished fact. Then, inevitably as fish follows soup, followed the ratification. The 100th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States prohibiting Santa Claus slipped through the ratification process like an oil prospectus in a mail chute. There was only one hitch: Rhode Island. But since Rhode Island had refused to ratify a single one of the last 79 amendments, her action was accepted as part of the program and a proof of unanimity. So Santa Claus was abolished? No, not so fast, please. Who's writing this history anyway? 'Twas the night before Christmas, and in the White House not a creature was stirring, not even a ... For the benefit of the clever reader who may have guessed the word left out of the last line of the above quatrain, I will explain that the asterisks are used in obedience to a clause of the 91st Amendment prohibiting, both in speech and print, the use of the word ... which, as a political emblem of the Free People's Party, now happily defunct, came into such contempt that it was made a misdemeanor. To print, publish, own, sell, purchase, or consult any book, pamphlet, catalog, circular, or dictionary containing the word ... It has been estimated that over $800 million worth of century and standard dictionaries were destroyed in the first year of this amendment's operation. The loss in nursery rhymes, children's books, and natural histories is beyond computation. But to return to the White House, President John Quincy Epstein had retired to his study on the second floor shortly before midnight, taking with him the engrossed copy of the 100th Amendment, which now only required his Spencerian signature to expunge the name of Santa Claus forever from the American speech and language, as utterly and irrevocably as the forbidden word ... The hours passed in a perfectly orderly manner, like school children at a fire drill. 1, 2, 3, 4, without pushing or jostling. 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't you think history is much more interesting in the form of simple outline, like this, than spun out in the common manner? 9, 10. At 11 o'clock, the door to the president's study was burst open by the order of the vice president, Rebecca Crabtree, now, by a sudden and mysterious stroke of fate, herself become the President of the United States. For John Quincy Epstein was dead. How and just when he died will never be known. Always a cold, forbidding, not to say prohibiting, man, his body, when found, was still cold, if anything colder. His watch, which should have marked the exact moment of his demise, was ticking merrily, so the exact moment will remain forever unrecorded. But Santa Claus still lives, and will live forever. In the massive gold inlay and ivory desk, a Christmas gift from the United Department Stores of America, lay a paper inscribed and signed in the president's handwriting, and sealed with his official seal. It was the presidential veto of the 100th Amendment, and, by virtue of a clause in Amendment 33, no constitutional amendment vetoed by the president shall ever be resubmitted to the country or any fraction thereof. Santa Claus will live forever. Hooray for Santa Claus! The End of the 100th Amendment, by Oliver Herford.
The Idle City by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Idle City. There was once a city, which was an idle city, wherein men told vain tales. And it was that city's custom to tax all men that would enter in with the toll of some idle story in the gate. So all men paid to the watchers in the gate the toll of an idle story, and passed into the city unhindered and unhurt. And in a certain hour of the night, when the king of that city arose and went pacing swiftly up and down the chamber of his sleeping, and called upon the name of the dead queen, then would the watchers fasten up the gate, and go into that chamber to the king, and, sitting on the floor, would tell him all the tales that they had gathered. And listening to them, some calmer mood would come upon the king, and listening still, he would lie down again, and at last fall asleep. And all the watchers silently would arise, and steal away from the chamber. A while ago wandering, I came to the gate of that city, and even as I came, a man stood up to pay his toll to the watchers. They were seated cross-legged on the ground between him and the gate, and each one held a spear. Near him 2 other travelers sat on the warm sand waiting, and the man said, Now the city of Nombros forsook the worship of the gods and turned towards God. So the gods threw their cloaks over their faces and strode away from the city, and going into the haze among the hills, passed through the trunks of the olive groves into the sunset. But when they had already left the earth, they turned and looked through the gleaming folds of the twilight for the last time at their city. and they looked half in anger and half in regret, then turned and went away forever. But they sent back a death, who bore a scythe, saying to it, Slay half in the city that forsook us, but half of them spare alive, that they may yet remember their old forsaken gods. But God sent a destroying angel to show that he was God, saying unto him, Go down and show the strength of mine arm unto that city, and slay half of the dwellers therein, yet spare half of them, that they may know that I am God. And at once the destroying angel put his hand to his sword, and the sword came out of the scabbard with a deep breath, like to the breath that a broad woodman takes before his first blow at some giant oak. Thereat the angel pointed his arms downwards, and bending his head between them, fell forward from heaven's edge, and the spring of his ankles shot him downwards with his wings furled behind him. So he went slanting earthward through the evening with his sword stretched out before him, and he was like a javelin that some hunter hath hurled that returneth again to the earth. But just before he touched it, he lifted his head and spread his wings, with the under feathers forward, and alighted by the bank of the broad Flavro that divides the city of Nombros. And down the bank of the Flavro he fluttered low, like to a hawk over a new-cut cornfield when the little creatures of the corn are shelterless, and at the same time down the other bank the death from the gods went mowing. At once they saw each other, and the angel glared at the death, and the death leered back at him, and the flames in the eyes of the angel illumined with a red glare the mist that lay in the hollows of the sockets of the death. Suddenly they fell on one another, sword to scythe, and the angel captured the temples of the gods, and set up over them the signs of God, and led into them the ceremonies and sacrifices of the gods. And all the while the centuries slipped quietly by, going down the Flavro seawards. And now some worship God in the temple of the gods, and others worship the gods in the temple of God. And still the angel hath not returned again to the rejoicing choirs, and still the death hath not gone back to die with the dead gods. But all through Nombros they fight up and down, and still on each side of the Flavro the city lives. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Then another traveller rose up and said, Solemnly between Huonwazi and Nitkrana the huge grey clouds came floating, and those great mountains, heavenly Huonwazi and Nitkrana, the king of peaks, greeted them, calling them brothers. And the clouds were glad of their greeting, for they meet with companions seldom in the lonely heights of the sky. But the vapours of evening said unto the earth mist, What are those shapes that dare to move above us, and to go where Nitkrana is, and Huonwazi? And the earth mist said in answer unto the vapours of evening, It is only an earth mist that has become mad, and has left the warm and comfortable earth, and has in his madness thought that his place is with Huonwazi and Nitkrana. Once, said the vapours of evening, there were clouds, but this was many and many a day ago, as our fathers have said. Perhaps the mad one thinks he is the clouds. Then spake the earthworms from the warm deeps of the mud, saying, O earth mist, thou art indeed the clouds, and there are no clouds but thou. And as for Huonwazi and Nitkrana, I cannot see them, and therefore they are not high. And there are no mountains in the world, but those that I cast up every morning out of the deeps of the mud. And the earth mist and the vapours of evening were glad at the voice of the earthworms, and looking earthward believed what they had said. And indeed, it is better to be as the earth mist, and to keep close to the warm mud at night, and to hear the earthworm's comfortable speech, and not to be a wanderer in the cheerless heights, but to leave the mountains alone with their vast aspect over all the cities of men, and from the whispers that they hear at evening of unknown distant gods. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Then a man stood up who came out of the west, and told a western tale. He said, There is a road in Rome that runs through an ancient temple that once the gods had loved. It runs along the top of a great wall, and the floor of the temple lies far down beneath it, of marble, pink and white. Upon the temple floor I counted to the number of 13 hungry cats. Sometimes, they said among themselves, it was the gods that lived here. Sometimes it was men, and now it's cats. So let us enjoy the sun on the hot marble before another people comes. For it was at that hour of a warm afternoon when my fancy is able to hear the silent voices, and the fearful leanness of all those 13 cats moved me to go into a neighbouring fish shop, and there to buy a quantity of fishes. Then I returned, and threw them all over the railing at the top of the great wall, and they fell for 30 feet, and hit the sacred marble with a smack. Now in any other town but Rome, or in the minds of any other cats, the sight of fishes falling out of heaven had surely excited wonder. They rose slowly, and all stretched themselves. Then they came leisurely towards the fishes. It is only a miracle, they said in their hearts. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Proudly and slowly as they spoke, drew up to them a camel, whose rider sought for entrance to the city. His face shone with the sunset by which for long he had steered for the city's gate. Of him they demanded toll, whereat he spoke to his camel, and the camel roared and kneeled, and the man descended from him. And the man unwrapped from many silks a box of diverse metals wrought by the Japanese, and on the lid of it were figures of men who gazed from some shore at an isle of the inland sea. This he showed to the watchers, and when they had seen it, said, It has seemed to me that these speak to each other thus. Behold now Eugene, the dear ones of the sea, the little mother sea that hath no storms. She goeth out from Eugene singing a song, and she returneth singing over her sands. Little is Eugene in the lap of the sea, and scarce to be perceived by wandering ships. White sails have never wafted her legends afar, they are told not by bearded wanderers of the sea. Her fireside tales are known not to the north. The dragons of China have not heard of them, nor those that ride on elephants through Ind. Men tell the tales, and the smoke ariseth upwards. The smoke departeth, and the tales are told. Eugene is not a name among the nations. She is not known of where the merchants meet. She is not spoken of by alien lips. Indeed, but Eugene is little among the isles, yet is she loved by those that know her coasts, and her inland places, hidden from the sea. Without glory, without fame, and without wealth, Eugene is greatly loved by a little people and by a few, yet not by few, for all her dead still love her, and oft by night come whispering through her woods. Who could forget Eugene even among the dead? For here in Eugene, wot you, are homes of men, and gardens, and golden temples of the gods, and sacred places inshore from the sea, and many murmurous woods, and there's a path that winds over the hills to go into mysterious holy lands, where dance by night the spirits of the woods, or sing unseen in the sunlight. And no one goes into these holy lands, for who that love Eugene would rob her of her mysteries, and the curious aliens come not. Indeed, but we love Eugene, though she is so little. She is the little mother of our race, and the kindly nurse of all seafaring birds. And behold, even now caressing her, the gentle fingers of the mother sea, whose dreams are far with that old wanderer ocean. And yet let us forget not Fuji-yama, for he stands manifest over clouds and sea, misty below and vague and indistinct, but clear above for all the isles to watch. The ships make all their journeys in his sight. The nights and the days go by him like a wind. The summers and winters under him flicker and fade. The lives of men pass quietly here and hence, and Fuji-yama watches there and knows. And the watchers in the gate said, "Enter in." And I too would have told them a tale, very wonderful and very true, one that I had told in many cities, which as yet had no believers. But now the sun had set, and the brief twilight gone, and ghostly silences were rising from far and darkening hills. A stillness hung over the city's gate, and the great silence of the solemn night was more acceptable to the watchers in the gate than any sound of man. Therefore they beckoned to us, and motioned with their hands that we should pass untaxed into the city. And softly we went up over the sand and between the high rock pillars of the gate, and a deep stillness settled among the watchers, and the stars over them twinkled undisturbed. For how short a while man speaks, and withal how vainly, and for how long he is silent. Only the other day I met a king in Thebes, who had been silent already for 4,000 years. End of The Idle City by Lord Dunsany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
In Autumn by Wacław Sieroszewski. Translated by Else C. M. Beneke. This is a LibriVox recording. Recorded by Piotr Natter. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Autumn. The rain and bad weather, which had continued without interruption for several days, had kept the inhabitants of the hut, Talaki, prisoners indoors, and condemned them to idleness. They constantly went out of the room to gaze long and sadly at the weeping sky, for the hay was rotting in the fields. But alas, a grey film of rain hung over all the surrounding country, and in vain their eyes sought longingly for the smallest chink of blue in the heavy dark clouds. To add to the misfortune, the rain, not content with the holes left in the roof from the year before, made a number of fresh ones. It thus poured into the room from all sides on to the people's heads and shoulders, and formed quite a deep and ever-growing pool underfoot. Various forms of filth, remains of food, refuse of fish and game, the dung in the corner where the calves were kept, which had been trodden down and had dried in the course of the year, became moist, and filled the interior of the yurta with an unbearable smell. It was therefore stuffy, cold, and damp there. The fire, burning rather slowly, was choked by balls of grey smoke, which went across the room. The hut was tiny. It occupied no more than 24 square yards of the solitude surrounding it. The slanting walls, made of barked larch trees, placed perpendicularly and narrowing towards the top, diminished its size still more. The flat roof was built of rafters of the same wood, and came down so close to the inhabitants' heads that one of them, Michavo, a big lad, while unwinding a bundle of nets at the little window, hit his curly shock head against it. A plank partition, hewn out with a hatchet, ran through the centre of the room, and divided it into equal parts, the right being for the men, the left for the women. By a post at the end of the room, with his face turned towards the fire, his hands on his right knee, and smoking a pipe, sat my host, Kyrsa, a Yakut. Still hale, though no longer young, he was the wealthy and independent master of field labourers, and the owner of the house, of many nets, animals, and implements, as well as of the 3 women, a wife and 2 daughters. The youngest was sold already, but she was living with her father, as the sum agreed upon for her had not yet been paid in full by the buyer. There was deep silence in the room, a rather unusual thing in a place where several Yakut people are together. The fire roared and hissed in the chimney, and behind the partition the girls made a squeaking sound as they rubbed the skinned togethers. I had a foreboding that this silence would end badly. Indeed, the storm soon broke out. The lad, nicknamed Szmata, brought it on by his incompetence. After wandering from corner to corner all day, he now upset a bucket and spilled the water. This was the last straw. All eyes flashed and faces grew pale. The frightened Szmata tried to lay the blame on Miciavo, who had been stooping down near him to look for a strap. Miciavo, in revenge, reminded Szmata of what had happened about the rake the year before. The quarrel had begun in earnest. Their tongues, moving with the speed of a windmill, and throwing out invectives and sneers, formed an accompaniment to the host's threatening shouts, which rang out like a trump of the archangel. Nor did our hostess fail to leave her seclusion to take part in the skirmish with the excitement peculiar to women all the world over. The yurta suddenly became like a disturbed beehive. The host affirmed, the hostess denied, the labourers hurled abuses at one another, the girls uttered war cries, the baby woke up and screamed in its cradle, and the calves lowed in answer to the loud mooing of the cows, whom evening had driven near the house door. This last occurrence had a perceptible influence in diminishing the noise, for it caused the female element to withdraw from the fight. In fact, the disturbance might have been conjured away completely, if the happy thought of adding something at the very moment when everyone else was quieting down had not entered our host's head. This remark burst out unexpectedly, like a belated bomb after a battle, and produced such a din that the cows and calves were silent, the wind abated in fright, the clouds fled, and I became aware of a golden sunbeam penetrating the holes in the bladder at the window, and falling suddenly into the interior of our dark, dirty, noisy hovel. Merrily and brightly it rested in a shining circle on the closely cropped grey head of my host, before whose nose his wife's large closed fist was hovering at the moment. "That's for you, take that, go on," Quemis cried, still beautiful in her anger. The fist came closer and closer to her unfortunate man's mouth. What happened further? Did Kyrsa avenge himself like a man for that greatest of all insults possible to a Yakut from a woman? Or did he show himself to be the "wife of his wife," an old woman and a simpleton, as the neighbours called him, and refrain from knocking out the teeth or breaking the ribs of the active woman by whose work he lived and had grown rich? I do not know, because, foreseeing the overthrow of my friend, in whom love for his wife was always struggling against a sense of duty, and not wishing to be a witness of his defeat, I shouldered my gun and went out of the cottage. The wind had dropped, the covering of clouds was torn open, and bits of pale blue sky were unveiled here and there. The sun peeped out suddenly through one of these little gaps, and the landscape, which had been dreary and joyless a moment before, brightened into a golden splendour. A light shadow, half cheerful, half sombre, fell across its faded autumn foliage, and in this half smile it resembled a forsaken woman, to whom the caprice of a lover who has already grown cold offers a moment of tenderness and happiness again. Drops of rain glistened like brilliants on the dark branches of trees and bushes. The sky was coloured in shades of carmine, and the pearly tears of the passing storm trembled on the willows, still swaying from it. Before me, between two high promontories overgrown by woods which ran in opposite directions, sparkled the surface of the lake. In proportion as it stretched into the distance, its bank became more winding, lower, and mistier, until it disappeared at the outlet of a gorge. Owing to the distance, the tall, thin larches, the thick willows, bushes, and grass growing there looked quite small, but the rays of the sunset, falling on them from behind, produced a wonderful lacework of dark branches and leaves against a pale rose sky. Grey clouds hung above them, heavily embroidered with gold and purple. The waves sported and chased one another below on the foam-splashed banks of the lake, which was painted with colours from the sky. I walked towards the gorge by the footpath leading through a meadow which was now turning yellow. That demon forest looked dark and horrible close at hand. The flat hills, uniformly covered with soft moss of a dirty green and with cranberry leaves, undulated gently westwards towards the sinking sun. The wood covering these hills was sparse and stunted, and disfigured them rather than otherwise, for single trees stood out here and there like the remaining hair on a bald man's head. Silence and the gloom of oncoming night already filled the interior of the forest. Only here and there a forgotten ray of sunshine was burning itself out above in the bare, wind-twisted summits of the larches. I stood for a moment looking at that wild spot which no native would have dared to approach. A deep stillness lay upon it. The waves beat more and more gently and noiselessly. The sunset was fading away, and only where the network of bushes was less close, a transient gleam lighted the surface of some lakes, which had hitherto been unknown to me. I walked on towards them, impelled by curiosity and a feeling of longing. The way proved more difficult than I had expected. At every moment I was obliged to jump or climb over bushes and avoid the deep, narrow wells, bordered round with tree trunks felled 100 years before and perfidiously concealed by the mosses and plants overgrowing them. As these wells were full of water, with bottoms as slippery as ice, an unwary pedestrian could easily break his neck or fracture a leg by falling into them. In many places swampy streaks trickled along undefined channels, and though their banks were shallow, they were boggy and difficult to cross, on account of the trunks and branches lying in them. The wood was full of trees with projecting, mud-covered roots, which now, when everything was assuming an indefinite shape in the twilight, looked twisted and monstrous. The white patches of lichen, shining in the darkness at the foot of the trees like the immense shreds of a pole, emphasized and doubled their weird appearance. It is therefore no wonder that in the purple light of dawn, or in the moonlight, the natives should here see the tall wood demon's pale face, the Slav hunter who came from the south and now roams near the Yakut cottages, injuring cattle. Woe to the district where his shadow passes. Often from 50 to 200 beasts fall dead at one shot from those terrible southern arms. That evening, however, I met none of these inhabitants of the wood. I also did not see the demons, the dry Tungus corpses. At one time they were to be found here quite frequently, and the forest takes its name from them. Shrivelled and horrible, they usually sit somewhere under a tree or cleft in a rock, gazing eastwards with eye sockets pecked by the birds. On their knees they hold a wooden bow or a rifle, at their feet lies a hatchet with a broken handle, and at their belt, inlaid with silver and beads, hangs a broken knife in its sheath, also broken, in order to prevent the dead man from doing any mischief after death. A little to one side lie scattered the bones of the reindeer, killed on his grave, the harness, and the small Tungus sledge. No one ever dares to possess himself of any of these considerably valuable articles, for punishment threatens the foolhardy, inasmuch as he loses his way all day long until he returns to the same place and restores the stolen object. Until they give ample satisfaction and atone to the angered owner of the gift, obstinate people return some 30, even 100 times without being able to escape from the magic circle. It is dangerous even to touch any of the things belonging to the dead man, since that evokes a storm or at best a high wind. Although the kindly natives had advised me to avoid meeting with the demon, since it brings early and sometimes immediate death, I was very sorry not to have seized him red-handed that evening. However, I came to be severely punished for that sinful wish. The twilight deepened. The last purple resplendence had already faded from the sunset, when, tired and tattered, I at last succeeded in pushing my way through the bushes of the demon's forest. The sky was dark, and twinkling with myriads of stars. My expedition had failed in every respect. To complete the misfortune, the white mists hung like muslin over the valley, and entirely prevented me from satisfying my curiosity. I was therefore only able to take pleasure in the play of the moonlight. It was really a beautiful view, although rather wild and gloomy. Nearly the whole of the broad valley, to the very edge of the wood where the dark, bare treetops projected beyond the border of mist, was filled by white balls of vapour. The moon was moving slowly above them. Looking for a moment into the depths of the valley, she drew aside the floating veil, and touched the sleeping lake below with her silvery kiss. I stood a long while to gaze and to rest. The deep silence, the stillness which always reigns in these woods, the knowledge that no one but myself was to be found in that solitude for 20 versts round, filled me with a strange feeling of anxiety and longing. I roused myself in order to dispel this. It was unfortunately time to think of returning. No easy matter, however, for in making my way through the wood I had lost a clear conception of the right track. At last I hit on a small footpath, and decided to follow it in the hope that it would lead me to some inhabited spot. I had scarcely gone 20 steps before becoming persuaded that I was not walking on a path, but on one of the numerous tracks made in the wood by water or animals. It was therefore necessary to return to the place from which I had started, for only thence could I more or less trace the way leading in a bee line through the wood. But the place had disappeared, the night had shrouded it in new and different shadows, and the mist had drawn its silver web across it. I walked for some time, searching in vain, and haunted by the thought of forest madness. I had seen people brought home from the taiga, no longer in possession of their faculties, pale and miserable, and with the traces of terror and madness in their eyes. These unhappy men had often lost their way quite near houses, without seeing them or being able to recognize the points of the compass. Although the sun was shining, and they had wandered about, crying and howling like wild animals. After recovering, they said that they had seen the demons. One of the causes of this illness is the fatigue brought on by the strain of the vain search. So I sat down on a felled trunk, resolving to wait for daybreak. The air was cool. My clothes were wet with the mist and rain, besides being too thin for spending the night in the wood, so that I soon began to suffer from the cold. I tried to light a fire, but the matches were damp, and the only one which burned could not set fire to the moist brushwood and logs. Having therefore gathered some grass, I hid my feet in it, as they were suffering the most from the cold. I examined my gun and loaded it, and then, crouching against a tree, I tried to go to sleep. In a situation of this kind every sense is rapidly dulled. Touch, smell, even sight, hearing alone becomes exceedingly acute. After only a few minutes I could hear my heart beating, the blood pouring through my veins, the whisper of the trees, the rustle of the mist, so that the dead silence of the wood was broken in upon by sounds, which, though scarcely audible, continued to increase. Suddenly a very real sound rang out amid these fancied ones, and forced me to open my eyes. It came from the further end of the lake, and was like the measured strokes of an oar. I fixed my eyes on the spot whence it seemed to come. The veil of mist was trembling slightly, and beyond it, in the distance, something indistinct appeared low on the water. After a moment a small Yakut pirogue emerged from the shadows, and sped along the lake. I could perfectly well see the rower squatting in the bottom of the boat and striking first with one, then with the other blade of his long oar, from the ends of which the water poured in a shining stream, like molten silver. He soon approached the bank and drew the boat to land. I crept towards him, hiding in order that he should not see me too soon and run away, as I knew he would. He was engaged in taking something out of the boat. "What news?" I greeted him according to the local custom, coming slowly out of the bushes. He started and exclaimed, but did not run away, for he recognized me and I him. He was a poor Yakut who lived about 5 versts from me. "I know nothing, I have heard nothing. Oh, how you did frighten me! But it's all right," he said hastily, giving me his hand. "What did you think it was?" "Why should one meet a man in the wood at night time?" he answered evasively, eyeing me suspiciously from head to foot. "You often think it's a man you know, and you talk to him as if you knew him, and then it turns out in the end not to be a man at all. What are you doing here so late?" "I am going home. It's a holiday to morrow. I have a long way to go from here to Babylon for fishing, 30 versts. Note: a large lake to the northeast of the Kołymsk district. End of note. You know we're poor folk. We live by fishing. We haven't any horses, so one is always in a boat, always in a boat. As I was dragging it through the wood I cut my foot, so I've got behindhand." "You have cut your foot?" "It isn't much, for I've stopped the bleeding." "Then perhaps it was you whistling and calling?" I asked, remembering a strange sound I had heard a moment before. "I? No." He was silent, and I noticed him lean over the boat and cross himself. "And what are you doing here?" he asked in his turn. I hesitated. "Looking for ducks," I lied, not wishing to frighten him more. "Ducks!" he repeated, laughing heartily, and his white teeth shone in the darkness like pearls. "There have never been any ducks here." "Never been any? Why?" I asked, as I helped him to draw the boat along the edge of the wood towards the lake, which could be seen in the distance. The fisherman was limping. "The lakes are different," he explained, "and there are as many lakes in our country as stars in the sky, and the stars are only the reflection of them. The lakes are as different as the stars. There are large and small ones, and some so deep that you can't reach the bottom, or else they are shallow or marshy. In one there are fine fish, in another small. In some the water's bad and makes a man ill, because the cattle go into it. In others again it's as pure as air." We halted on the bank, let down the boat into the water, and entered it, the fishermen in front, I behind. Leaning lightly against one another, back to back, we sailed along like a god with 2 faces, of which one was bearded and European, the other flat, clean shaven, and Mongolian. The Mongolian face continued its conversation, only interrupting it now and then to give me a warning not to move when the boat rocked too much. Everything comes from the water. Even the cow lived in the water until she was taken and tamed by men. There are different kinds of wild beasts, and even people living in the water, as there are on land. Now just look," and he pointed with his oar to the long water weeds swaying under the passage of the pirogue. "Isn't that a wood?" It was indeed a wood, dark and mysterious, visited only by fishes and drowned men. Once he had fallen in, no swimmer ever extricated himself from its thickets. "Old people say," the Yakut continued, "that formerly everything was different, everything was better, because there was more water, and that even the sables used to come up to the farm gates, and there was so much fish that it was enough to shoot an arrow into the lake to draw it back with a good catch. But now there is nothing, the sables have run away, and there isn't much fish. It's only the traders, our fathers, who save us, or we should die. They give the money to pay the taxes, they give tea, tobacco, and cotton. Ah, yes, these traders. I'd just like to be a trader." The little boat struck the bank. We therefore drew it along to the next lake, and continued the rest of our journey in this manner, this being the sole means of travelling in summer in that country of lakes, marshes, and swampy woods. After travelling thus for an hour along a narrow stream, overgrown with bulrushes, we ultimately arrived at the last lake. The sparks from a yurta chimney were glittering on its bank in the distance, like tiny red stars. "I expect you are going to Chachak?" my companion asked, when we stopped on the bank. "I am spending the night there." I took up some of the fisherman's things and walked towards the yurta. I had known Chachak for some time past already. He was a queer man, who laughed at his own extravagances, and frequently even shocked the feeling of the neighbourhood. "Chachak has made himself a cap of a whole wolf's skin," I had been told laughingly. "Chachak has paid the merchants only 2 rubles for a brick of tea. They would make too much profit by 3 rubles," he said. "What about the merchants? Did they give it to him?" Why, his old woman gave it to them on the sly. Why, you don't know Chachak, he won't give 3 rubles, he won't drink, and he won't give that." Chachak had been famous in his youth as the best hunter in the district, and wonders were related of his prowess and skill. He preferred bear hunting to any other, and set out to it summer and winter with his spear and gun, killing in the open field or lair, just as it happened. He was as ready for such encounters as he was for cards. Only let him hear of a bear, and from that moment he had no peace until he had tracked and killed it. Many a time he had been invited to accompany hunters who had found a den with several bears. But burning with the fever for the chase, he had been unable to wait until morning, and had slipped away in the grey dawn with his faithful dog to hasten to the spot where he was usually to be found, pale and splashed with the blood of the "forest lords." There was nothing left for his companions to do but for each to eat a portion of the hard heart and liver of the vanquished, and to drink a cup of blood, shouting the triumphant "Uch" 3 times. All eyes would be upon Chachak, who would try to appear indifferent, although excited and feeling the just pride of a hero. Once, moreover, he had killed a bear with a tail, which, as everyone knows, is not a bear but a devil. Had he not killed the "icy demon" who tracked people, carried off cattle, and whom neither bullet nor spear could touch? Chachak himself never spoke or boasted of his victories. He was always modest and reserved, as befits a man who possibly knows more than others. Since the accident which befell him during his last hunt, however, he had been completely changed. He had given up hunting and playing cards, become poor, and grown morose and strange. He had lost his influence. His yurta stood near the bank, so I quickly found himself at its gate. A bright fire was burning within, and voices could be heard talking. So they were not asleep yet. I went up to the door and peeped through the chink. Chachak was sitting before the fire, with his face towards me, holding a net which he was not winding, for his hand was stretched slightly in front of him while he related something to the listeners gathered round him. At his feet a small naked child played with the brass chain of a knife hanging in a wooden sheath sewn to his leather trousers above the right shin. Chachak was very animated. Every now and then he bent forward towards his listeners and stamped his massive heel on the clay floor of the cottage. "They have a horror of horseflesh and eat pigs," he was saying, "yet a horse is a very clean and sensible animal." "Why, yes," his listeners assented. "But pigs, I have seen them, they are disgusting. They've no hair, they are bare, dirty, stupid, and bad-tempered. They've enormous mouths, thin curling tails like snakes, small eyes, and teeth like a dog's. They are spiteful too. When I was at Yakutsk I had an adventure with the pigs, and they all but ate me. There are lots of them there. I had gone out by myself in the early morning to finish my pipe in the passage. Everyone was still asleep, and it had only just begun to dawn. The pigs were going round the courtyard squealing. I was young and liked a joke, so when they ran round me I shook my fist at them. They rushed at me like mad," he broke off with a laugh. "I ran along the passage, they after me. I jumped on to a bench, and they came grunting round me, while I kept shaking my fist at them. Ha ha!" He spat into his hand and stretched it out before him. Suddenly the door creaked. The woman exclaimed. The lads jumped up from the floor, the children began to cry. "Who's coming? A Russian perhaps, and pigs with him." Chachak stopped talking and drew back his outstretched fist. The entrance, as is usual in a Yakut yurta, was behind the fireplace, the one source of light in the evening. Thus a full minute of fear and anxious expectation passed before I entered from the darkness. Yes, it was a Russian, but a well-known one, a friend, and, into the bargain, without pigs. Their faces brightened, and they stretched out their hands, welcoming me warmly and frankly, as guests always are welcomed in the north. Čačak laughed, made room for me on the bench before the fire, and ordered the kettle to be put on. "Tell us the news and what is happening," they begged me. I began to relate the local news. They all listened attentively, although, as it turned out, they had already long known it. The companion of my night journey entered, and the conversation became general. The men grouped themselves round the table, on which Čačak's wife had set supper for us: freshly made soup, some milk, and a large pile of fish, dried and smoked. Čačak stood at the fire, warming his back, and did not join in the conversation. His daughter, a young and rather pretty girl, placed a few white china teacups and saucers on the table, and the usual Yakut entertainment began. Tea with milk and cold refreshments, followed later by a hot supper with fish. Although the offer of meat was very tempting, and we were rather hungry, we were not equal to tasting all the dishes set before us. Čačak noticed this at once, and attacked me about it with his wonted brusqueness. "You aren't eating? You've had enough? What's this new fashion of going to pay visits without being hungry? You Slavs eat like birds when you go to people's houses, but you go home and call out, 'Wife, the samovar! Put the saucepan on the fire, I'm hungry!' You're disgraceful." They all began to laugh, the old man no less than the rest. A general conversation was started, at first about different countries and customs, but soon reverting to burning local questions. "What's wrong with Andrzej? He's in trouble. There's no trace of his boy." "None? A pity, he was a sturdy lad." "Have they found nothing?" "No. All the neighbours have been out to search. They've searched the lakes, they've searched the wood, they've been searching for a whole week, but there's nothing, nothing." "Ah, sure to be a bear. They say one appeared in the valley. Kecherges saw him," muttered the fisherman who had arrived with me. At the word bear, Čačak, who was standing by the fire, silently playing with his fingers, suddenly looked up. Everyone stopped talking, and involuntarily turned towards him. His old wife nervously tried to change the subject. "A bear? Where was he seen?" Čačak asked quietly in a low tone, sitting down on the bench. "Ah, who can tell? Perhaps it wasn't one either," the fisherman answered hesitatingly. "A bear, depend upon it," Čačak said slowly. "They have found neither flesh nor clothes. He usually buries the remains of prey in the ground. He even scrapes the blood off. That's just what he does. You say Kecherges saw him?" he again asked the fisherman. "Lies," the latter answered evasively. "Oh, he's clever, he's sly and revengeful. Andrzej must have done something to him in order to be able to boast of it, or to have something to talk about. He remembers insults a long time, that's why he has carried the boy off. Although he lives far away, he hears in the mountains and forest quite well what we are saying here, and understands like a man, better than a man. Who knows what he is? Skin him and you will see how like a woman he is. But he's revengeful and terribly fierce," Čačak added, looking down. "He doesn't forgive. You, Russian," he turned to me suddenly, "be ready for him on the road. Take care, take care. Though a bear is big, he can go as quietly as a shadow when he wants to fall upon a man unawares. I advise you to stay the night with us. There's no joking with him. Once I was not afraid either, but now, there, look." He undid his shirt sleeve. It was a terrible sight. The left shoulder, which, as I had previously noticed, the old man could make little use of, was shrunk and thin to the elbow, like a mere bone covered with skin, and those veins and muscles which were unscathed wound round the bone close to the surface. There was a mass of white scars crossing in different directions. "I have killed many, many," he continued, "and now I know that they will eat me for it, eat me because I'm afraid. It happened like this. It was rather later in the season than this, it was freezing. I got ready my spring gun for elk shooting, and God gave me one of these big beasts. To have carted its flesh, skin, and inside along a bad road would have needed 7 or 8 horses, so I decided to build a larder on the spot, and to lay the elk in it for a time, till the road became frozen. I and my boy set out early to work. The lad was lingering a little way behind me, and I was walking quite quietly along the road, and had just passed the willow which grows on the hill not far from here, when he came upon me. He ran towards me like a dog, and before I could look round he was already standing on its hind legs. I reached out for my knife, but tried in vain to drag it from the sheath. There was a night frost, and on coming out of the house I had not wiped my knife, as I should, after eating, so it had frozen to the sheath. It was God's hand. So the Black One knocked me down. Finding myself overpowered, I seized him by the throat with my right hand, and laid the left on his jaws, and called to the boy to run for help. The silly boy jumped on him, and whack went his pocket knife into the bear. He had a little knife, that size, and Chachak measured with his finger. "You want to eat my father," he shouted. The Black One was frightened, and jumped into the bushes. But the boy had hit me in the chest with his knife, and I should have been killed had it been able to pierce the stag's hide. They could scarcely bring me round again. And you see from that time when he, sitting on me, looked into my eyes, my mind has been troubled. I am afraid," he added quietly, "very much afraid." Not long after, I took leave of my kind hosts and went home. The moon was shining brightly. The mist had disappeared, and the well-known footpath shone wide before me. I had gone along it 1,000 times without fear or thought of evil, but this time when I neared the place where Chachak had been attacked, I involuntarily fingered my knife handle, and for a moment I seemed to see the monster lying in the shadow of the bushes, its shaggy muzzle on its outstretched paws. A few years later I heard that Chachak had disappeared without trace in the wood. The forest lords had doubtless accomplished their revenge. End of In Autumn by Wacław Sieroszewski.
Kirdjali by Alexander Pushkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kirdjali. Kirdjali was by birth a Bulgarian. Kirdjali in the Turkish language signifies a knight-errant, a bold fellow. His real name I do not know. Kirdjali, with his acts of brigandage, brought terror upon the whole of Moldavia. In order to give some idea of him, I will relate one of his exploits. One night he and the Arnaut Michaeliki fell together upon a Bulgarian village. They set it on fire at both ends, and began to go from hut to hut. Kirdjali dispatched the inmates, and Michaeliki carried off the booty. Both cried, "Kirdjali, Kirdjali!" The whole village took to flight. When Alexander Ypsilanti proclaimed the revolt and began to collect his army, Kirdjali brought to him some of his old companions. Footnote: Alexander Ypsilanti, the chief of the Hetairists, Philike Hetaira, whose object was the liberation of Greece from the Turkish yoke. End of footnote. The real object of the revolt was but ill understood by them, but war presented an opportunity for getting rich at the expense of the Turks, and perhaps of the Moldavians, and that was object enough in their eyes. Alexander Ypsilanti was personally brave, but he did not possess the qualities necessary for the role which he had assumed with such ardor and such a want of caution. He did not know how to manage the people over whom he was obliged to exercise control. They had neither respect for him nor confidence in him. After the unfortunate battle in which perished the flower of Greek youth, Iordaki Olympiati persuaded him to retire, and he himself took his place. Ypsilanti escaped to the borders of Austria, and thence sent his curses to the people whom he termed traitors, cowards, and scoundrels. These cowards and scoundrels for the most part perished within the walls of the monastery of Seko, or on the banks of the Proth, desperately defending themselves against an enemy 10 times their number. Kirdjali found himself in the detachment of George Cantacuzene, of whom might be repeated the same that has been said of Ypsilanti. On the eve of the battle near Skulina, Cantacuzene asked permission of the Russian authorities to enter our lines. The detachment remained without a leader, but Kirdjali, Safianos, Cantaconi, and others stood in no need whatever of a leader. The battle near Skulina does not seem to have been described by anybody in all its affecting reality. Imagine 700 men, Arnauts, Albanians, Greeks, Bulgarians, and rabble of every kind, with no idea of military art, retreating in sight of 15,000 Turkish cavalry. This detachment hugged the bank of the Proth, and placed in front of themselves 2 small cannons, found at Jassy in the courtyard of the governor, and from which salutes used to be fired on occasions of rejoicing. The Turks would have been glad to make use of their cartridges, but they dared not without the permission of the Russian authorities. The shots would infallibly have flown over to our shore. The commander of our lines, now deceased, although he had served 40 years in the army, had never in his life heard the whistle of a bullet, but heaven ordained that he should hear it then. Several of them whizzed past his ears. The old man became terribly angry and abused the major of the Ochotski infantry regiment, who happened to be in advance of the lines. The major, not knowing what to do, ran towards the river, beyond which some of the mounted insurgents were caracoling about, and threatened them with his finger. The insurgents, seeing this, turned round and galloped off, with the whole Turkish detachment after them. The major who had threatened them with his finger was called Chorchevsky. I do not know what became of him. The next day, however, the Turks attacked the Haterists. Not daring to use bullets or cannonballs, they resolved, contrary to their usual custom, to employ cold steel. The battle was a fiercely contested one. Yataghans were freely used. On the side of the Turks were seen lances, which had never been employed by them till then. These lances were Russian. Necrosovists fought in their ranks. The Haterists, by permission of our emperor, were allowed to cross the Proth and take refuge within our lines. They began to cross over. Cantagoni and Safianos remained last upon the Turkish bank. Kirdjali, wounded the evening before, was already lying within our lines. Safianos was killed. Cantagoni, a very stout man, was wounded in the stomach by a lance. With one hand he raised his sword, with the other he seized the hostile lance, thrust it further into himself, and in that manner was able to reach his murderer with his sword, when both fell together. All was over. The Turks remained victorious. Moldavia was swept clear of insurrectionary bands. About 600 Arnauts were dispersed throughout Bessarabia, and though not knowing how to support themselves, they were yet grateful to Russia for her protection. They led an idle life, but not a licentious one. They could always be seen in the coffee houses of half-Turkish Bessarabia, with long pipes in their mouths, sipping coffee grounds out of small cups. Their figured jackets and red-pointed slippers were already beginning to wear out, but their tufted skull-caps were still worn on the side of the head, and yataghans and pistols still protruded from under their broad sashes. Nobody complained of them. It was impossible to imagine that these poor, peaceably disposed men were the notorious insurgents of Moldavia, the companions of the ferocious Kirdjali, and that he himself was among them. The Pasha in command of Jassy became informed of this, and in virtue of treaty stipulations requested the Russian authorities to deliver up the brigand. The police instituted a search. They discovered that Kirdjali was already in Kishinev. They captured him in the house of a fugitive monk in the evening, when he was having supper, sitting in the dark with 7 companions. Kirdjali was placed under arrest. He did not try to conceal the truth. He acknowledged that he was Kirdjali. But, he added, since I crossed the Proth, I have not touched a hair of other people's property, nor imposed upon even a gypsy. To the Turks, to the Moldavians, and to the Wallachians, I am undoubtedly a brigand, but to the Russians I am a guest. When Safianos, having fired off all his cartridges, came over into these lines, collecting from the wounded for the last discharge buttons, nails, watch chains, and the knobs of yaterans, I gave him 20 beshliks, and was left without money. God knows that I, Kirdjali, lived by alms. Why then do the Russians now deliver me into the hands of my enemies? After that, Kirdjali was silent, and tranquilly awaited the decision that was to determine his fate. He did not wait long. The authorities, not being bound to look upon brigands from their romantic side, and being convinced of the justice of the demand, ordered Kirdjali to be sent to Jassy. A man of heart and intellect, at that time a young and unknown official, but now occupying an important post, vividly described to me his departure. At the gate of the prison stood a karutsa. Perhaps you do not know what a karutsa is. It is a low wicker vehicle to which, not very long since, used generally to be yoked 6 or 8 sorry jades. A Moldavian with a mustache and a sheepskin cap, sitting astride one of them, incessantly shouted and cracked his whip, and his wretched animals ran on at a fairly sharp trot. If one of them began to slacken its pace, he unharnessed it with terrible oaths and left it upon the road, little caring what might be its fate. On the return journey he was sure to find it in the same place, quietly grazing upon the green steppe. It not unfrequently happened that a traveler, starting from one station with 8 horses, arrived at the next with a pair only. It used to be so about 15 years ago. Nowadays, in Russianized Bessarabia, they have adopted Russian harness and Russian telegas. Such a karutsa stood at the gate of the prison in the year 1821, towards the end of the month of September. Jewesses in loose sleeves and slippers down at heel, Arnolds in their ragged and picturesque attire, well-proportioned Moldavian women with black-eyed children in their arms surrounded the karutsa. The men preserved silence. The women were eagerly expecting something. The gate opened and several police officers stepped out into the street. Behind them came 2 soldiers leading the fettered Kirdjali. He seemed about 30 years of age. The features of his swarthy face were regular and harsh. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and seemed endowed with unusual physical strength. A variegated turban covered the side of his head, and a broad sash encircled his slender waist. A dolman of thick dark blue cloth, the broad folds of his shirt falling below the knee, and handsome slippers composed the remainder of his costume. His look was proud and calm. One of the officials, a red-faced old man in a threadbare uniform, 3 buttons of which were dangling down, with a pair of pewter spectacles pinching the purple knob that served him for a nose, unrolled a paper and, in a snuffling tone, began to read in the Moldavian tongue. From time to time he glanced haughtily at the fettered Kirdjali, to whom apparently the paper referred. Kirdjali listened to him attentively. The official finished his reading, folded up the paper, and shouted sternly at the people, ordering them to give way, and the karutsa to be driven up. Then Kirdjali turned to him and said a few words to him in Moldavian. His voice trembled, his countenance changed. He burst into tears and fell at the feet of the police official, clanking his fetters. The police official, terrified, started back. The soldiers were about to raise Kirdjali, but he rose up himself, gathered up his chains, stepped into the karutsa, and cried, "Drive on!" A gendarme took a seat beside him. The Moldavian cracked his whip, and the karutsa rolled away. "What did Kirdjali say to you?" asked the young official of the police officer. "He asked me," replied the police officer, smiling, "to look after his wife and child, who lived not far from Kilia, in a Bulgarian village. He is afraid that they may suffer through him. The mob is so stupid." The young official's story affected me deeply. I was sorry for poor Kirdjali. For a long time I knew nothing of his fate. Some years later I met the young official. We began to talk about the past. "What about your friend Kirdjali?" I asked. "Do you know what became of him?" "To be sure I do," replied he, and he related to me the following. Kirdjali, having been taken to Jassy, was brought before the Pasha, who condemned him to be impaled. The execution was deferred till some holiday. In the meantime he was confined in jail. The prisoner was guarded by 7 Turks, common people, and in their hearts as much brigands as Kirdjali himself. They respected him and, like all Orientals, listened with avidity to his strange stories. Between the guards and the prisoner, an intimate acquaintance sprang up. One day, Kirdjali said to them, "Brothers, my hour is near. Nobody can escape his fate. I shall soon take leave of you. I should like to leave you something in remembrance of me." The Turks pricked up their ears. "Brothers," continued Kirdjali, 3 years ago, when I was engaged in plundering along with the late Michaeloki, we buried on the steps out from Jassy a kettle filled with money. Evidently neither I nor he will make use of the hoard. Be it so. Take it for yourselves and divide it in a friendly manner. The Turks almost took leave of their senses. The question was, how were they to find the blessed spot? They thought and finally resolved that Kirdjali himself should conduct them to the place. Night came on. The Turks removed the irons from the feet of the prisoner, tied his hands with a rope, and leaving the town, set out with him for the steppe. Kirdjali led them, keeping on in one direction from one mound to another. They walked on for a long time. At last Kirdjali stopped near a broad stone, measured 12 paces towards the south, stamped, and said, "Here." The Turks began to make their arrangements. 4 of them took out their yataghans and commenced digging the earth. 3 remained on guard. Kirdjali sat down upon the stone and watched them at their work. "Well, how much longer are you going to be?" he asked. "Haven't you come to it?" "Not yet," replied the Turks, and they worked away with such ardor that the perspiration rolled from them like hail. Kirdjali began to show signs of impatience. "What people!" he exclaimed. "They do not even know how to dig decently. I should have finished the whole business in a couple of minutes. Children, untie my hands and give me a yataghan." The Turks reflected and began to take counsel together. "What harm would there be," reasoned they. "Let us untie his hands and give him a yataghan. He is only 1, we are 7. And the Turks untied his hands and gave him a yataghan. At last Kirdjali was free and armed. What must he have felt at that moment? He began digging quickly, the guard helping him. Suddenly he plunged his yataghan into one of them, and, leaving the blade in his breast, he snatched from his belt a couple of pistols. The remaining 6, seeing Kirdjali armed with 2 pistols, ran off. Kirdjali is now carrying on the profession of brigand near Jassy. Not long ago he wrote to the governor, demanding from him 5,000 levs, and threatening, in the event of the money not being paid, to set fire to Jassy and to reach the governor himself. The 5,000 levs were handed over to him. Such is Kirdjali. End of Kirdjali by Alexander Pushkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Legend of Sagenfeld in Germany by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Legend of Sagenfeld in Germany. Preliminary note by Mark Twain. Left out of A Tramp Abroad because its authenticity seemed doubtful and could not at that time be proved. End of preliminary note. More than 1,000 years ago, this small district was a kingdom, a little bit of a kingdom, a sort of dainty little toy kingdom, as one might say. It was far removed from the jealousies, strifes, and turmoils of that old warlike day, and so its life was a simple life, its people of gentle and guileless race. It lay always in a deep dream of peace, a soft Sabbath tranquility. There was no malice, there was no envy, there was no ambition, consequently, there was no heart-burnings, there was no unhappiness in the land. In the course of time, the old king died, and his little son Hubert came to the throne. The people's love for him grew daily. He was so good and so pure and so noble that by and by his love became a passion, almost a worship. Now at his birth the soothsayers had diligently studied the stars and found something written in that shining book to this effect. In Hubert's 14th year, a pregnant event will happen. The animal whose singing shall sound sweetest in Hubert's ear shall save Hubert's life. So long as the king and the nation shall honor this animal's race for this good deed, the ancient dynasty shall not fail of an heir, nor the nation know war or pestilence or poverty, but beware an erring choice. All through the king's 13th year, but one thing was talked of by the soothsayers, the statesmen, the little parliament, and the general people. That one thing was this: how is the last sentence of the prophecy to be understood? What goes before seems to mean that the saving animal will choose itself at the proper time, but the closing sentence seems to mean that the king must choose beforehand, and say what singer among the animals pleases him best, and that if he choose wisely, the chosen animal will save his life, his dynasty, his people, but that if he should make an erring choice, beware. By the end of the year, there were as many opinions about this matter as there had been in the beginning, but a majority of the wise and the simple were agreed that the safest plan would be for the little king to make choice beforehand, and the earlier the better. So an edict was sent forth commanding all persons who owned singing creatures to bring them to the great hall of the palace in the morning of the first day of the new year. The command was obeyed. When everything was in readiness for the trial, the king made a solemn entry with the great officers of the crown, all clothed in their robes of state. The king mounted his golden throne and prepared to give judgment, but he presently said, "These creatures all sing at once. The noise is so unendurable no one can choose in such a turmoil. Take them all away, and bring back one at a time." This was done. One sweet warbler after another charmed the young king's ear and was removed to make way for another candidate. The precious minutes slipped by. Among so many bewitching songsters, he found it hard to choose, and all the harder because the promised penalty for an error was so terrible that it unsettled his judgment and made him afraid to trust his own ears. He grew nervous, and his face showed distress. His ministers saw this, for they never took their eyes from him a moment. Now they began to say in their hearts, "He has lost courage, the cool head is gone, he will err, he and his dynasty and his people are doomed." At the end of an hour the king sat silent a while, and then said, "Bring back the linnet." The linnet trilled forth a jubilant music. In the midst of it the king was about to uplift his scepter in sign of choice, but checked himself and said, "But let us be sure. Bring back the thrush. Let them sing together." The thrush was brought, and the two birds poured out their marvels of song together. The king wavered, then his inclination began to settle and strengthen. One could see it in his countenance. Hope budded in the hearts of the old ministers. The pulses began to beat quicker. The scepter began to rise slowly, when there was a hideous interruption. It was a sound like this, just at the door. Wah-ee, 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 wah-ee. Everybody was sorely startled and enraged at himself for showing it. The next instant the dearest, sweetest, prettiest little peasant maid of 9 years came tripping in, her brown eyes glowing with childish eagerness. But when she saw that august company and those angry faces, she stopped and hung her head and put her poor coarse apron to her eyes. Nobody gave her welcome, none pitied her. Presently she looked up timidly through her tears and said, "My lord the king, I pray you pardon me, for I meant no wrong. I have no father and no mother, but I have a goat and a donkey, and they are all in all to me. My goat gives me the sweetest milk, and when my dear good donkey brays, it seems to me there is no music like it. So when my lord the king's jester said the sweetest singer among all the animals should save the crown and nation, and moved me to bring him here." All the court burst into a rude laugh, and the child fled away crying, without trying to finish her speech. The chief minister gave a private order that she and her disastrous donkey be flogged beyond the precincts of the palace and commanded to come within them no more. Then the trial of the birds was resumed. The two birds sang their best, but the scepter lay motionless in the king's hand. Hope died slowly out in the breasts of all. An hour went by, 2 hours, still no decision. The day waned to its close, and the waiting multitudes outside the palace grew crazed with anxiety and apprehension. The twilight came on, the shadows fell deeper and deeper. The king and his court could no longer see each other's faces. No one spoke, none called for lights. The great trial had been made, it had failed. Each and all wished to hide their faces from the light and cover up their deep trouble in their own hearts. Finally, hark! A rich, full strain of the divinest melody streamed forth from a remote part of the hall, the nightingale's voice. Up, shouted the king, let all the bells make proclamation to the people, for the choice is made, and we have not erred. King, dynasty, and nation are saved. From henceforth let the nightingale be honored throughout the land forever, and publish it among all the people that whosoever shall insult a nightingale or injure it shall suffer death. The king hath spoken. All that little world was drunk with joy. The castle and the city blazed with bonfires all night long. The people danced and drank and sang, and the triumphant clamor of the bells never ceased. From that day the nightingale was a sacred bird. Its song was heard in every house. The poets wrote its praises, the painters painted it. Its sculptured image adorned every arch and turret and fountain and public building. It was even taken into the king's councils, and no grave matter of state was decided until the soothsayers had laid the thing before the state nightingale and translated to the ministry what it was that the bird had sung about it. Part 2. The young king was very fond of the chase. When the summer was come, he rode forth with hawk and hound one day in a brilliant company of his nobles. He got separated from them by and by in a great forest, and took what he imagined a neat cut to find them again. But it was a mistake. He rode on, hopefully at first, but with sinking courage finally. Twilight came on, and still he was plunging through a lonely and unknown land. Then came a catastrophe. In the dim light he forced his horse through a tangled thicket overhanging a steep and rocky declivity. When horse and rider reached the bottom, the former had a broken neck and the latter a broken leg. The poor little king lay there suffering agonies of pain, and each hour seemed a long month to him. He kept his ears strained to hear any sound that might promise hope or rescue, but he heard no voice, no sound of horn or bay of hound. So at last he gave up all hope and said, "Let death come, for come it must." Just then, the deep, sweet song of a nightingale swept across the still wastes of the night. "Saved," the king said, "saved! It is the sacred bird, and the prophecy is come true. The gods themselves protected me from error in the choice." He could hardly contain his joy. He could not word his gratitude. Every few moments now he thought he caught the sound of approaching succor. But each time it was a disappointment. No succor came. The dull hours drifted on. Still no help came, but still the sacred bird sang on. He began to have misgivings about his choice, but he stifled them. Toward dawn the bird ceased. The morning came, and with it thirst and hunger, but no succor. The day waxed and waned. At last the king cursed the nightingale. Immediately the song of the thrush came from out the wood. The king said in his heart, "This was the true bird. My choice was false. Succor will come now." But it did not come. Then he lay many hours insensible. When he came to himself, a linnet was singing. He listened with apathy. His faith was gone. "These birds," he said, "can bring no help. I and my house and my people are doomed." He turned him about to die, for he was grown very feeble from hunger and thirst and suffering, and felt that his end was near. In truth, he wanted to die and be released from pain. For long hours he lay without thought or feeling or motion. Then his senses returned. The dawn of the third morning was breaking. The world seemed very beautiful to those worn eyes. Suddenly a great longing to live rose up in the lad's heart, and from his soul welled a deep and fervent prayer that heaven would have mercy upon him and let him see his home and his friends once more. In that instant, a soft, a faint, a far-off sound, but oh, how inexpressibly sweet to his waiting ear, came floating out of the distance. Wah-hee, 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 wah-hee. That song is sweeter, 1,000 times sweeter than the voice of the nightingale, thrush, or linnet, for it brings not mere hope, but certainty of succour. And now indeed am I saved. The sacred singer has chosen itself as the oracle intended. The prophecy is fulfilled, and my life, my house, and my people are redeemed. The ass shall be sacred from this day. The divine music grew nearer and nearer, stronger and stronger, and ever sweeter and sweeter to the perishing sufferer's ear. Down the declivity the docile little donkey wandered, cropping herbage and singing as he went. And when at last he saw the dead horse and the wounded king, he came and snuffed at them with simple and marveling curiosity. The king petted him, and he knelt down as had been his wont when his little mistress desired to mount. With great labor and pain the lad drew himself upon the creature's back, and held himself there by aid of the generous ears. The ass went singing forth from the place and carried the king to the little peasant maid's hut. She gave him her pallet for a bed, refreshed him with goat's milk, and then flew to tell the great news to the first scouting party of searchers she might meet. The king got well. His first act was to proclaim the sacredness and inviolability of the ass. His second was to add this particular ass to his cabinet and make him chief minister of the crown. His third was to have all the statues and effigies of the nightingales throughout his kingdom destroyed and replaced by statues and effigies of the sacred donkey. And his fourth was to announce that when the little peasant maid should reach her 15th year, he would make her his queen, and he kept his word. Such is the legend. This explains why the mouldering image of the ass adorns all these old crumbling walls and arches. And it explains why during many centuries an ass was always the chief minister in that royal cabinet, just as is still the case in most cabinets to this day. And it also explains why in that little kingdom, during many centuries, all great poems, all great speeches, all great books, all public solemnities, and all royal proclamations always began with these stirring words. Wah-ee, 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 wah-ee. End of Legend of Sagenfeld in Germany by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Open Code by Burton, Kline from the Stratford Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Open Code. The day's work was finished and the entire job well started. I felt sure we should meet old Bankard's wishes fully. The rare old Virginia manor and its wooded park were going to look again as the original designer meant them to appear. Gordon, I know, agreed with me. Gordon, who was to restore the house as I restored the grounds. That evening he and I were sitting on a rusted iron bench in a corner of the park that looked off over the hills, watching the summer dusk steal up the eastern sky. I still wanted to talk of the day's accomplishment, but Gordon seemed to have grown, I was going to say dreamy, but he was watchful instead. Presently he drew out his watch and said, "In just about 4 minutes you will hear it." "Hear what?" "See that notch between those two hills about 1.5 miles away over there?" He pointed. "Keep your eye on that." "A blast?" "Yes, a blast, but not the kind you think. Just watch." We smoked in silence. My curiosity was about to break into speech again, or ebb altogether, when it happened. An ordinary freight train passed, but the locomotive, as it emerged from the flat hillside and traversed the broad notch, let off a stream of white puffs from its whistle and then disappeared behind the other hill precisely like an episode on the stage. In a moment the white puffs translated themselves from a sight in the eye to a sound in the ear. And I tell the truth when I say that they reproduced, with a mimicry that was startling, the notes of the last 2 bars of Annie Laurie. "What do you make of that?" Gordon turned and exulted to me over his odd little discovery. How did you get on to it?" "Oh, I stumbled across it the first evening we were here. It goes every day at this time, as regular as clockwork." Some engineer with a sense of humor amusing himself, I conjectured. "But regularity is an amusement. He blows it every day at this time, and always in the same way." I tried another hypothesis. A code signal of some sort, most likely. But what an odd code! What a poetic code for a railroad! "Well, I've learned to expect a good deal of life in Virginia. Seems to be different here." "Yes, it's a code. Of course it's a code," Gordon amended himself. "But I wonder if it's a railroad code." "I see. A lover and his lass, eh? You're crediting your railroad engineer with your own romantic soul, Gordon." I patted his arm as Jemima, our cook, rang her bell for supper. "Now there's a code that I can understand," and we hurried in to the table. By next evening the whole gang had heard of the curious signal from the freight locomotive and assembled at the opening of the trees to hear it. Precisely at the moment due, the obedient freight train crossed the notch in the distant hills, and as precisely as before, the engine let off its string of puffs that in a moment became in our ears those last two bars of the song. There were as many theories to account for it as there were men to hear it. In the end, the Congress bore down Gordon and pronounced it a simple railroad code, with the longs and shorts accidentally resembling the tune or made so by a whimsical engineer. Nevertheless, the phenomenon was interesting enough to compel a bit of discussion about the fire in the great hall after we had dispatched our supper. The talk drifted away into the curious tricks that artisans come to play with their implements, carpenters able to toss up edged tools and catch them deftly and the like. But Gordon was not to be weaned from the subject of that whistle. "There's nothing to prevent that engineer from playing Yankee Doodle on his whistle if he wants to. Haven't you often lain awake at night listening to the blasts of the locomotives? You can tell when an engineer's ruffled when he starts behind time out of the yard, and knows he must be extra alert that night. His toot is sharp and impatient, or you could tell an engineer coming home from his run. His whistle fairly sighs his own contentment." "Ah, Gordon," someone yawned, "you're a poetic soul." "Well, I believe in that engineer," he defended. "Next time I go down to the village, I'm going to find out who blows that thing and why he does it." He did go down to the village, and he did learn the secret of the whistle. It made a neat little story. The whistle was a code signal of a surety, and of precisely the sort that Gordon figured it was. He knew his Virginia. A fellow named George Roberts was the engineer of that freight, and his imitation of Annie Laurie was truly a signal to a sweetheart of his. Rough devil at one time, this man Roberts, a tearing drinker and fighter, he was fast on the way to ruin and discharge when he fell in love with this girl and braced up. Now every time he passed the little house where she lived, he tooted his whistle like that in salutation, to let her know he's safe, Gordon finished. Of course we charged him with making it up, but in the end we came to believe him. Every day for 4 weeks that whistle blew, always in the same way, always in the same place, and always on the dot. And somehow it had a sobering and softening effect upon the crowd of woodsmen that we were. The men quarreled less frequently, I noticed, were more considerate and helpful to each other. I swear we all felt the influence of that engineer. I'll wager every man jack of us meant on going home to be a bit the more thoughtful to the wife. It cheered us all, that little touch of honest romance. The world seemed a bit the better for it. We even took to timing our supper not by Jemima's bell, but by George Roberts' whistle. Then another strange thing happened. The signal ceased. The first time we missed it, we could scarcely believe our ears. But on the second day it was silent, and the next. At the right time the train crossed the notch, but no puffs came from the engine, no sound from the whistle. It gave us a drop. The world was as drab as ever. The cynics, of course, spoke up at once. "Guess your friend, the engineer's no better than the rest of us," one of them jeered at Gordon. "He couldn't keep it up." "Drunk again, probably," jeered another. Maybe it's only a lover's tiff, I argued in Gordon's support. I'm going to find out. Gordon finished the discussion, and he did. Made a special errand to the village to find out, and returned with a smile. They're married, he reported. Off on the honeymoon. They'll be back in a week. Watch for the signal then. He was right. In a week the signal was resumed, but in another place. How's that? One of the men still girded at Gordon. Guess he's learned to respect his wife's throwing arm. He pops up now from a more respectful distance. That's easy, Gordon let the caviller down gently. He set her up in a little house farther along the line. Naturally, that's where he would whistle now. For 3 weeks more we heard the faithful signal at its new place. A little more faintly, but always punctual, always the same, and again the men began to whistle at their work. By then the job was nearly finished. In 2 or 3 weeks more we should be leaving, and the whole crowd began to allege a touch of regret. They protested it was because the old place was so beautiful, but privately I think George Roberts and his tootin' had something to do with the homesickness. To whatever new place we might go, however pleasant it might be, there was going to be a trifle that was lacking. Then again a strange thing happened. Again the whistle stopped. For 4 days it was silent. Family jar already, came the usual good-natured jeer. She's flung a plate and crippled his whistle arm. Guess you better find out what's the matter, Gordon, a third man recommended. I will, said Gordon. That evening he returned from the village without a smile. Nevertheless, as he was still plodding up the long driveway, his head down, his steps slow, we actually heard the whistle as we sat waiting for Gordon under the portico. There was no mistaking it, and yet its notes seemed different. There was a new tone to it, something like Gordon's air, and it seemed to come from still farther away. Gordon paused as he heard it and stood still with his hat in his hand till it died away. Then he came up the steps and sat down. We all leaned toward him. She fell ill, he said. They left her in the little cemetery down the line. She'd always been delicate, and I suppose that's where he's whistling now, to let her know he's safe. End of In the Open Code by Burton Kline. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Restitution by Charles Henkle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Restitution by Charles Henkle. Funny you should have called Peter Hinckley a miser, commented young Phelps, forcing his way into the circle about the blazing log fire. Not that he isn't, he hastened to add, as 1 or 2 attempted interruptions, but it's peculiar that you should talk of it now. What's the story? Said Hordley. The others hitched forward their chairs and gave ear. Nothing much. I met Hundley downtown this evening, just after dark. He had just picked up a newspaper that some man had dropped and was reading it under the glare of the corner light. He joined me, and we walked down the avenue. His clothes were threadbare, as usual. At the corner of Corning Avenue, a woman accosted us and asked for alms. She was, 35 maybe, but she looked 60. A human wreck at the very bottom rung of the ladder. She had a bundle in her arms to fool people into thinking it was a baby. And Hundley, the miser, the dollar squeezer, Phelps paused for dramatic effect, handed her a crisp new $5 bill. Silence fell on the circle. Then Donovan laughed derisively. You've been drinking, he asserted. Hundley would sell his immortal soul for $5. Peter Hundley finished the frugal meal prepared by himself for himself in his musty, ill-furnished bedroom. He raised the wick of the lamp slightly, begrudging even the tiny additional waste of oil, and drew from a desk drawer 6 bank books. Hundley kept his money in 6 banks, for safety's sake. He smiled contentedly at the list of deposits appearing in their columns. Then he frowned. That $5 might have gone in there too, he mourned. He lowered the light again and placed the bank books away affectionately, tenderly. Then he doffed his clothes and climbed into the rickety cot in the corner. And as he lay there, he remembered the girl of his youth, his love for her, their elopement, their months together, and then the brutal way in which he had deserted her without even having gone through the formality of a marriage ceremony. He had almost forgotten her until tonight. The wreck to whom he had given $5 was the girl of long ago. $5, he sighed wearily. Then a new thought struck him. He smiled contentedly and turned on his side. At last, he muttered, I can rest in peace. I have made restitution. The end of Restitution by Peter Hundley.
Senility by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Senility. He was an old man, and he sat on the steps of the railroad station in a small Kentucky town. A well-dressed man, some traveler from the city, approached and stood before him. The old man became self-conscious. His smile was like the smile of a very young child. His face was all sunken and wrinkled, and he had a huge nose. "Have you any coughs, colds, consumption, or bleeding sickness?" he asked. In his voice there was a pleading quality. The stranger shook his head. The old man arose. "The sickness that bleeds is a terrible nuisance," he said. His tongue protruded from between his teeth, and he rattled it about. He put his hand on the stranger's arm and laughed. "Bully pretty," he exclaimed. "I cure them all, coughs, colds, consumptions, and the sickness that bleeds. I take warts from the hand. I cannot explain how I do it. It is a mystery. I charge nothing. My name is Tom. Do you like me?" The stranger was cordial. He nodded his head. The old man became reminiscent. "My father was a hard man," he declared. "He was like me, a blacksmith by trade, but he wore a plug hat. When the corn was high, he said to the poor, 'Go into the field and pick.' But when the war came, he made a rich man pay $5 for a bushel of corn. I married against his will. He came to me and said, 'Tom, I do not like that girl, but I love her,' I said. 'I don't,' he said. 'My father and I sat on a log. He was a pretty man and wore a plug hat. 'I will get the license,' I said. 'I will give you no money,' he said. My marriage cost me $21. I worked in the corn. It rained, and the horses were blind. The clerk said, 'Are you over 21?' I said yes, and she said yes. We had chalked it on our shoes. My father said, 'I give you your freedom.' We had no money. My marriage cost $21. She is dead." The old man looked at the sky. It was evening, and the sun had set. The sky was all mottled with gray clouds. "I paint beautiful pictures and give them away," he declared. "My brother is in the penitentiary. He killed a man who called him an ugly name." The decrepit old man held his hands before the face of the stranger. He opened and shut them. They were black with grime. "I pick out warts," he explained plaintively. "They are as soft as your hands. I play on an accordion. You are 37 years old. I sat beside my brother in the penitentiary. He is a pretty man with pompadour hair. 'Albert,' I said, 'are you sorry you killed a man?' 'No,' he said, 'I am not sorry. I would kill 10, 100, 1,000. The old man began to weep and to wipe his hands with a soiled handkerchief. He attempted to take a chew of tobacco, and his false teeth became displaced. He covered his mouth with his hands and was ashamed. "I'm old. You are 37 years old, but I'm older than that," he whispered. "My brother is a bad man. He is full of hate. He is pretty and has pompadour hair, but he would kill and kill. I hate old age. I'm ashamed that I'm old. I have a pretty new wife. I wrote her 4 letters, and she replied. She came here and we married. I love to see her walk. Oh, I buy her pretty clothes. Her foot is not straight. It is twisted. My first wife is dead. I pick warts off the hand with my fingers and no blood comes. I cure coughs, colds, consumptions, and the sickness that bleeds. People can write to me, and I answer the letters. If they send me no money, it is no matter. All's free." Again the old man wept, and the stranger tried to comfort him. "You are a happy man?" the stranger asked. "Yes," said the old man, "and good man, too. Ask everywhere about me. My name is Tom, a blacksmith. My wife walks prettily, although she has a twisted foot. I've bought her a long dress. She is 30, and I am 75. She has many pairs of shoes. I have bought them for her, but her foot is twisted. I buy straight shoes. She thinks I do not know. Everybody thinks Tom does not know. I have bought her a long dress that comes down to the ground. My name is Tom, blacksmith. I'm 75, and I hate old age. I take warts off the hands, and no blood comes. People may write to me, and I answer the letters. All is free." End of Senility by Sherwood Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stump of a Cigar by Joseph S. Cotter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stump of a Cigar. Stump of a cigar as I am, I have a history that is interwoven with that of human beings. When I was in the form of a seed, I was safely housed in a nice glass jar in a large seed store. For some reason or other, I was given the best shelf in the show window. One day a beautiful young lady came into the store and priced me. "Why," said the clerk, "that is—" "Never mind," said she, "what it is. I simply want to know the price." He told her, she paid it, and bore me off gracefully. "Ah," said I to myself, "I shall never again see the young man who comes every day and stops opposite the show window." One windy day, as he stood in his usual place, a lady's hat came rolling along the pavement. What immediately followed this will be told further on. As I said before, the lady bore me off gracefully. It was night when she entered her well-lighted apartment. She will examine me, thought I, and sniff me. Then how I will worship the tears that fall from her eyes. However, I received no such attention as I had anticipated, for the young lady simply placed me in the center of a large table, sounded a bell, and began to talk as if addressing someone present. "You were there, weren't you? You will take me at my word, will you? Let's see. This is how it will go." She then walked to the middle of the floor and acted out a little play that will be given further on. As she finished, she turned to a young woman who was standing in the door and said harshly, "What do you want?" "The bells sounded," replied the young woman. "That was not for you," said she. "That was for the devil." She threw a glass at the young woman and left the room. Several times during the night I heard her say, "That was not for you, it was for the devil." At 8 the next morning the servants put breakfast on the table, leaving me still in the middle. At 10 minutes past 8, my mistress, whom I shall call Ladybug, came into the room and addressed a little speech to me that I did not understand until matters grew much more serious. You could not understand it at this point, so it will not be given now. 5 minutes later, the young woman who had been chased out of the room the night before came in. For the sake of convenience, I shall call her Butterfly. I was astonished to see Ladybug embrace Butterfly and kiss her 20 times on the forehead. I thought this a bit of amusing comedy. I afterwards found it stern tragedy. They sat opposite each other at the table and remained about 30 minutes. They spent the time talking and smiling. They did not eat in the common acceptation of the term. Ladybug rolled her chicken into nicely rounded balls and tossed them down her throat. Butterfly soaked her chicken and bread in milk and drank the milk. They finished this unusual task together and started to leave the room hand in hand, when Ladybug, glancing at the clock, whispered to Butterfly, "I must go. It is time for me to test his heroism and devotion." Coming to where I rested, Ladybug picked me up, pressed me closely to her heart, and left the room, carrying me with her. She went straight to a nearby lake and entered a little boat in which sat a lone individual. It was the young man who had stood so often opposite the show window. Ladybug took a seat in the boat, and in silence the young man rowed across the waters. 2 hours on the lake were we, and no words were spoken. Then rising, still in silence, Ladybug hurled me upon the bosom of the lake. 20 times I was thrown into the water, and 19 times rescued by the young man. The 20th time, it was fate and heroism. Ladybug pressed me closely and began to rock from side to side. This she did 20 times, each time more and more violently. Her great black eyes seemed to burn into his all the while. She then once again tossed me into the water and leapt after me. This was the action of the play she rehearsed out in her room that night when first I came. The young man followed Ladybug in her mad plunge, and at length succeeded in bringing her to their craft. 10 minutes later she was stretched out upon a boat, alive but unconscious. The young man was flesh for the fish, and I was in possession of a countryman. When Ladybug regained consciousness and learned that the young man had been drowned, she said, "My lover is free. Hell cannot hold him. Human blood and water have atoned for his crime." This is the little speech she addressed to me the first morning. Then it had been put in the future tense. 12 months later, a beggar gave Butterfly a hand of tobacco for his supper. While he ate, she rolled the best leaf into me, placed me between her teeth, and left the room. Soon Ladybug entered, sounded a bell as was her nightly custom, and waited. In a few minutes a hideous form entered, smoking me. "I am the devil," said the shape. "I am his mistress," said Ladybug, and seized the shape by the throat. The beggar, whom Ladybug had not seen, and whom Butterfly had forgotten, was present, and tried to separate them. In so doing he caused me to get entangled in the laces worn by the woman, communicating my fire to the flimsy garments. Now the hideous form was Butterfly. Soon the clothing of both was ablaze. When they were darting about the room, the beggar trying to help first one and then the other, both fell across the piano about the same time and began to reach out as if to clamor from the flames. In this way they played, as it were, their own dirge. When the sound ceased, they were dead. A mystery? Yes. No. On the morning of the wedding day a groom-to-be sailed out upon the lake. Said he to himself, "Christian people say that he who provides not for his household is worse than an infidel, and that a millstone had better be placed about his neck and be sunk into the sea. What have I for wife and children? Prosperity has passed me by. Friends are not friends. Fate is my executioner." 3 days after this, his body was recovered and buried. The preacher said to the people, "Suicide is an unpardonable sin. The young man, therefore, who was of noble birth and parentage, who was chaste in life and honorable in business, is in hell." Ladybug, the dead man's fiancée, believed the rash-judging preacher. She soon lost her reason. Then came upon her the hallucinations that wrought the other tragedies. She believed that if her lover's twin brother, the young man of the fatal boat ride, would stand opposite the seed store for 20 days, and then perish as described in the boat ride, her lover would be released from hell and returned to her. Ladybug, among other hallucinations, believed that the number 20 held potent virtues, hence the 20 days, 20 kisses, and the like. The lover was 20 years old, hence Ladybug's counting by 20s. The twin brother, out of pity, consented to humor her whim, not thinking it would cost him his life. Ladybug passed the seed store every day to see if he was true to his pact. As she passed the 20th day, her hat blew off. He started to get it, but she said, "Let it be. Some of my troubles may roll away with it. I will be at the boat tomorrow morning with a charm. Then my lover shall live again. Blood and water shall atone for his crimes." She immediately bought me of the clerk. There was no logic in this part of the affair. She simply thought the first thing her eyes fell upon would serve her purpose. To make sure of her lover's return, she would also practice upon Butterfly, her sister. Butterfly, too, submitted to humor her whim. The embraces and 20 kisses were the beginning of this. Butterfly of her own accord had dressed and acted the devil on the fatal night in the hope that the appearance of the devil would act as a counter-shock and restore Ladybug's reason again. The presence of the beggar was a mere accident. The hand of tobacco out of which I was made was ground from the jar of seed left with the countryman. As I lay upon the floor that dreadful night, and saw Ladybug and Butterfly lying dead across the piano, I said to myself, stump of a cigar as I am, I have a history. End of The Stump of a Cigar by Joseph S. Cotter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Traitor in the House by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. The Traitor in the House. The guest, who came from beyond the lake, had lived in the house for years and had the freedom of it, so that he had become quite like a member of the family. He was friendly treated and well lodged. Indeed, some thought he had the best room of all, for though it was in the wing, it was spacious and well warmed, and had a side door, so that he could go in and out freely by day or night. It must be said that he had earned his living on the place, being industrious and useful, a very handy man about the house. And the children had a liking for him because he sang merry songs and told beautiful fairy tales. So he was all the more surprised and aggrieved when the master of the house said to him one night, as they sat late by the fire, "I suspect you." "But of what?" cried the guest. "Of caring more for the house that you came from than for the house that you live in." "But you know I was at home there once," said the guest. "Would you have me forget that? Surely you will not deny me the freedom of my thoughts and memories and fond feelings. Would you make me less than a man?" "No," said the master, "but I will ask you to choose between your old home and your new home now. The house in which you lived formerly is become our enemy, a nest of brigands and bloody men. They have killed a child of ours on the highway. They threaten us tonight with an attack in force. Tell me plainly where you stand." The guest looked down his nose toward the smouldering embers. He knocked out the dottle of his pipe on one of the andirons. 2 fat tears rolled down his cheek. He was very sentimental. "I am with you," he said. "Good," said the master. "Now let us make the house fast." So they closed and barred the shutters and locked and bolted the front door. Then they lighted their bedroom candles and bade each other good night. But as the guest went along his dim corridor, the master turned and followed him very softly on tiptoe, watching. Outside the house, in the darkness, there was a sound of many shuffling feet and whispering voices. When the guest came to the side door, he tried the latch to see that it was working freely. He moved the bolt, not forward into its socket, but backward so that it should be no hindrance. In the window beside the doorway he set his candle, so the house was ready for late-comers. Then the guest sighed a little. "They are my old friends," he murmured. "My dear old friends. I could not leave them out in the cold. I am not responsible for what they do. Only I must my old affection prove." So he sighed again and turned softly to his bed. But as he turned, the master stood before him and took him by the throat. "Traitor!" he cried. "You would betray the innocent. Already your soul is stained with my sleeping children's blood." And with his hands he choked the false guest to death. Then he shot the bolt on the side door and barred the window and called the servants and made ready to defend the house. Great was the fighting that night. In the morning, when the robbers were driven off, the false guest was buried outside the garden in an unmarked grave. February 2nd, 1918. End of The Traitor in the House by Henry Van Dyke.
When Many Fell by Raymond Lester. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. When Minnie Fell, by Raymond Lester. How insufferably hot! Minnie, come and open the window at once. The heat in this place is enough to bake me alive. Minnie! There was no reply to her call, and Natalie Grandin frowned with irritation as she hurried across her dressing room and opened the top and lower sashes of the window. When she turned and dropped her opera cloak across the back of a chair, her maid appeared in the doorway that communicated with Natalie's room. "I'm sorry, miss," murmured the maid blankly. "I just went off—" "Never mind about making excuses," interrupted her mistress. "I've opened the window myself, but another time please remember that I am not an orchid or a native of the tropics." "Yes, miss," returned Minnie obediently, and, stifling a yawn, placed a chair in front of the dressing-table. Natalie seated herself, and the maid knelt to exchange Miss Grandin's lace shoes for slippers. This duty performed, Natalie removed the numerous rings and bracelets that adorned her fingers and arms. "Now my collar," she ordered, and Minnie's deft fingers pressed the clasp that secured Miss Grandin's chief article of jewelry. This chef d'oeuvre of the jeweler's art justly deserved a word to itself, for not only was it extremely valuable, but it was extraordinarily beautiful, and of uncommon design. Composed of diamonds, rubies, and pearls, it was an object of envy among Natalie's circle of friends, and a desirable piece of loot for any crook clever enough to lay hands on it and get away with it. "It always makes me nervous," murmured the maid as she laid the collar on the dressing-table. "Nervous? Why?" "Because somebody might steal it. I shall be glad when you send it back to the safety deposit, miss." "Don't be absurd, Minnie. What good would it do me if I kept it locked up all the time? Come, let down my hair and then get me my dressing gown. I think I'll read a little bit before I go to bed. What time is it? 1 o'clock. Well, never mind. You need not call me until 10, so that will give you a good rest." "Yes, miss," agreed the maid, with a readiness expected of a well-paid and trained automaton. While her hair was being released, Natalie sat back at her ease and contemplated two very satisfying objects. One was her own reflection in the mirror. The other was her collar. But exquisite as was the last, it should be admitted that Natalie Grandin gave the palm to her own fair features. "Now get my gown," she ordered as her hair fell in a cloudy mass about her shoulders, and idly watched in the mirror as her maid turned and walked toward the wardrobe. For the space of 3 seconds the room was silent, as any young society lady should be. 3 soft, noiseless steps did Minnie take. Then came a crash, a shrill scream, and the maid fell headlong. Started out of her reverie, Natalie whirled around. She stared in amazement at the havoc which had been wrought. Minnie, the demure and trim, lay sprawled on the floor. A small table was overturned, and scattered around was a miscellaneous assortment of articles and the broken pieces of a flower vase. Miss Grandin made a gesture of impatient annoyance. "How could you be so careless?" she commenced crossly. Then, as Minnie struggled groaning to a sitting posture, Natalie sprang from her chair. "Are you hurt?" she cried in alarm. "Not much, I think. I've cut my hand. I tripped. I couldn't help falling. The maid broke off sobbing, and Natalie helped her to her feet. "Do stop," she urged as she examined the cut on Minnie's hand. "It's not very bad. Here, let me tie it up with this towel." Minnie wiped her eyes and stood quietly while her mistress rendered first aid. During the moment that Natalie bent over the temporary bandage, Minnie's eyes strayed toward the dressing-table. She wrenched her hand away suddenly. "Did you move your collar?" she cried. "My collar? No. What is the matter with you? I haven't touched it. It's gone." Side by side, mistress and maid stared at the dressing table. Together they rushed to see if the precious band of jewels had fallen to the floor, and frantically they sought and found nothing. No hint of how or where it had gone. "This is incomprehensible, bewildering," gasped Natalie. "It was there, and now—" "The window!" exclaimed the maid. "Nonsense! It was only open a few inches. Besides, no one could climb up and reach it. The idea is absurd. Yet—" "It's gone!" whispered Minnie. "And someone must have taken it, so it is useless standing there, doing nothing," cried Natalie. "I'm going to call up the police and tell them to send a detective at once. No, don't leave the room, Minnie. There's no purpose to be served by alarming the whole household. For heaven's sake, be quiet." Minnie was now crying hysterically, but her mistress, through pale and worry, was calm and purposeful. Her message to the police station was clear, and free from needless words. "You see," she said to her maid, when she hung up, "it will be much easier for the detective to solve the mystery if we remain here until he comes. While we are waiting, we will make another search," and the sound of 2 shots in quick succession came from the garden below. Natalie stood rigid. The maid sank moaning to the settee. "Something dreadful's happened," she gasped, and her tears fell in real earnest. Miss Grandon glanced down at the girl with contempt. "Don't be silly," she snapped. "I only hope it was the beast who took my necklace that was shot." Minnie lifted a pale, tear-stained face. "But how?" she commenced. "No one could get into the room." "Don't ask me how," retorted Natalie as she went to the window. "That's for the detective to say. All I know is that my collar is gone, and if it isn't in this room, the inference is obvious. Possibly someone was on a ladder and reached through the window with a stick. I know you couldn't have taken it, and as $40,000 worth of gems cannot take wings and fly, there must be some reasonable answer. The servants are out now searching the grounds. I can see their flashlights. And here's a car coming up the drive. This must be the detective. Quick, Minnie, get my gown while I pin up my hair. I told him to come straight to this room." True to her instructions, Detective Rossiter entered 2 minutes after his car had stopped in front of the house. He listened without interruption, while Natalie gave a detailed account of what had taken place. Now and again his eyes drifted casually to the direction of Minnie, who sat huddled on the settee. "Peculiar," he said, when Natalie came to a pause. Very strange. You say you have searched the floor?" "Practically everywhere in this room." "Did you examine your own clothes?" Miss Grandon flushed slightly. "Do you mean to insinuate that I—" The detective raised a protesting hand. "I am only suggesting the possibility of an accident," he said. "The collar might have fallen and clung to your dress." "Then my maid shall search me and satisfy you on that score. It is useless to search, for, as I have already told you, she did not once approach the dressing table after placing the collar there. In fact, she did not move from behind my chair until she went to get my dressing gown. Now, Minnie, just run your hands over me and see if there's any chance I have my own property concealed about my person." There was a sarcastic note in Miss Grandon's voice as she gave this order, and a haughty tilt to her chin. But Rossiter seemed in no wise perturbed, or particularly disappointed when the collar did not show up. "It disappeared when Minnie fell," he muttered, staring at the carpet. "Let me see. This room is on the 3rd floor. Was that window open?" just as you see it now. No more than that. It has not been moved up or down since I opened it myself, said Natalie. And the shots, have you any idea what they meant? No, I have not inquired. I saw that the noise had awakened the servants, and they were searching the grounds when you arrived. There, listen. It seems as if they have found something. I'll go down and see, grunted Rossiter. Maybe the clue to the mystery is downstairs. When the detective reached the hall, a body was being carried in by a couple of pallid-faced men servants. Shot twice through the head, muttered Rossiter, as he bent over the dead man and rapidly searched his pockets. He did not find anything that connected the stranger with the disappearance of the collar, and immediate examination of the flower beds under Miss Grandon's window showed no trace of footprints or marks of a ladder. The spot where the body had been found was some 30 feet distant from the house. Shot from behind, the man evidently had been hiding for some purpose, but the detective traced his footsteps from the road to a clump of bushes where he had been slain. At that point, the dead man's trail ended. He had not been near the house. All this, and proof that no one had climbed into Miss Grandon's window, the detective verified by daylight. At every new line of plausible explanation, he met with a check. No theory fitted the circumstance. There was no clue to be found inside or outside. The collar was gone, and the rest was confusion. Miss Grandon was above suspicion. The dead man was a doubtful factor, inasmuch that he was found in the grounds, but he had not been near the house, and there was nothing to connect his murder with the robbery of the collar. Natalie herself declared that Minnie had not approached the dressing table. What was the answer? Back in his office, the detective cudgeled his brain. No one had entered the house, none had left it. Yet, when Minnie fell, the gems had vanished. The phrase repeated itself over and over again in the detective's mind. He could not rid himself of the constant repetition of the 3 simple, silly words. She said she tripped up, he muttered. Over what? I'll go back and look at things over again this afternoon. Meanwhile, there's a dead man to identify and a murderer to find. 2. It was late in the afternoon when Detective Rossiter reached the Granton house, and he was not altogether displeased to find that Natalie was not at home. The housekeeper showed him into the dressing room and left him to his own devices. He made the most of his opportunity of investigating, unhampered by observers. Indeed, if anyone had been watching, they would have said that Detective Rossiter was anything but a hustler or a keen sleuth. For the greater part of half an hour he sat on the settee with half-closed eyes, endeavoring to visualize, to reconstruct the scene. Then he got up and peered into the bedroom. He saw nothing of note, but he heard something that caused him to wrinkle his brows. It wasn't much, only the sound of low sobbing, but it was enough to send him tiptoeing into the corridor. There he coughed loudly, and walked with a heavy tread to a door that he judged opened into the room beyond Mrs. Grandon's. I reckon it is the maid's room, he reflected, and observed that when he stood outside the door, the sobbing ceased. He knocked, and Minnie came to the door. She was red-eyed, and there was a look of one bereaved on her face. "Sorry to disturb you," said the detective, "but would you mind getting me a hammer? Oh, and by the way, do you remember what you tripped over?" "The carpet. There must have been a ruck in it." "Ah, yes, of course. That was it. Well, I'll wait in the dressing room while you go for the hammer." Rossiter did wait in the dressing room, but only long enough to ascertain that the carpet was tightly stretched and nailed all round the room, and to give Minnie time to reach the basement. Then he transferred himself with remarkable quickness to the maid's room. 45 seconds was the limit of his stay there, and when Minnie returned, she found him waiting on the settee. Entirely for the maid's benefit, the detective accepted the hammer and solemnly tapped on the walls, and the fact that Minnie sniffed at his futile behavior bothered him not at all. Before he left the house, Rossiter pledged the housekeeper to secrecy, and asked her 2 questions. When was the oil heater in the maid's room filled, and was it ever used in Miss Grandon's dressing room? He learned that the heater had been filled the day before, and that according to Natalie's orders, it was never placed in her room. Strangely enough, the 2 trivial circumstances caused Rossiter to congratulate himself. He was far from being able to locate the missing collar, and was still laboring in the dark, but he glimpsed a distant, guiding ray of light. During his visit to the maid's room, he had seen by the indicator on the heater that it had been burned several hours. Also, he had noticed 4 telltale curved marks on the soft pile of the carpet near Natalie's dressing table. So far, so good, he murmured as he left the house. Now to look up the history of the man who was shot, and to play a waiting game. For 3 days, Rossiter resolutely kept out of communication with Natalie Grandon. On the 4th day he called on the young lady and lugubriously informed her that neither he nor any of the police had any clue or hope of recovering her jeweled collar. Miss Grandon did not disguise her scorn or indignation, and Rossiter received her scathing remarks in humble silence. Even Minnie's smile was superior and disdainful, and she tossed her head with open disparagement when he left the room on an errand for her mistress. Then, a twinkling, there came a surprising change over the detective. His whispered words caused Natalie to open her eyes in astounded amusement. "That was a bluff," announced Rossiter. "I have discovered some evidence that may perhaps lead to the recovery of your collar. But it all depends on your keeping up the pretense that I have given over the case. Tell everybody what a fool dub I am, and let it be understood that you have relinquished all hopes of getting back your gems. Remember, that's $40,000 worth of jewels you will probably never see again if you give the slightest hint of the truth." A week later, Rossiter traced the man that had been found dead in front of the Grandon house. But although he found that the man's name was Fayette, and made some interesting discoveries regarding his antecedents, he failed to connect with the one who had shot him. While he was thus at a standstill, the one event he had deliberately played took place. The news came simultaneously to him from one of his watchers and Miss Grandon. "Minnie's beat it," came the message from his associate detective, who had been tipped off to watch the Grandon house. "My maid has left," telephoned Miss Grandon. "Of her own accord?" asked Rossiter. "Yes, in a way. I discharged her because she insisted on having more money." The detective smiled as he replaced the receiver. "So Minnie has found a way of skipping free without giving reason for suspicion," he murmured. "Clever girl, that. She doesn't wait on a chance to serve her turn. She doesn't trip up unless she means to fall. I wonder if she'll lead where I want to follow. If so, and I've doped it all out right, there's some that's been sniggering at me that'll have to hand me a bouquet. There's nothing like letting a chicken think you're an old has-been, or a never-were." For 36 hours following Minnie's departure from the employ of Natalie, she did nothing that gave her watchers any help in support of the theory that Rossiter had formed. But the detective counseled caution and patience. "She's laying low," he declared, when it was reported that Minnie had been to several employment agencies and was hunting for a job. Depend upon it that a woman who had self-control enough to hide her feelings on the night that Fayette was shot is not likely to give herself away by doing anything in a hurry. When I found her crying in her room, I had my doubts about her doubled, and since we now have proof that she was Fayette's wife, I guess it is worthwhile giving her all the rope she wants. I know she put the heater in Miss Grandon's room, and although I haven't the least idea where the collar went, it's $1 million to a peanut shell that Minnie Fayette had her finger in the pie. If we arrest her on suspicion, she'll play dumb, and we'll lose the goods. Let her rip. It is an even chance that she's after revenge, and that connects us with the guy who finished Fayette. Soon words came from Rossiter's shadows that the moment was ripe for him to get on the job. 3. By 9 o'clock on the evening of the second day, the mystery of the vanished collar was solved. With the jewels in his pocket and 3 prisoners, Rossiter arrived at the station house and told his story. And as he had successively bagged the murderer of Fayette, the receiver of stolen goods, and Minnie, he was listened to with absorbed interest. This woman here, he stated, pointing to Minnie Fayette, engineered the whole business. After I received the message that she was trailing around hangouts that are not usually frequented by ladies' maids, I picked up her trail and followed her to this man's house. I heard her accuse him of killing her husband, but I did it in self-defense, cried the younger of the 2 men. Fayette wouldn't pass on the collar as we'd agreed. I grabbed his gun and... Shut up, snapped Rossiter. You can tell your yarn later. All that I care about now is the fact that you killed Fayette, sloped with the collar, and cached it with this old fence here. You all are in the soup, and the judge'll fix the responsibility where it belongs. The detective turned again to the lieutenant. There was a whole lot of talk between Minnie and this man, he continued, but to cut it short, it amounted to her agreeing to accept half of what the receiver had promised her husband's murderer. I tagged after them when they went to the fence's place. They all started squealing, one on the other, when I showed up, and here they are, all merry and bright. This, the detective laid the collar on the lieutenant's desk, I found in the receiver's house, and these, a gun and this ball of fishing line, were hidden in the other feller's room. It explains a good deal that fogged us. Have a look at it, and you'll see how they got away with the collar. Cute, murmured the lieutenant, as he unwound the ball and examined the string. Well, you'd better cut along to Miss Graydon. You can tell us the rest later. I guess we can take care of these beauties until you get back. Although the jeweled collar was held pending the prosecution of Minnie and the others, Natalie Graydon was graciousness itself, and lavish in her praise of the detective's keenness and patience. From the beginning to the end, said the detective, after he had given the details of the gradual build-up of his suspicions, it was one of those rare cases that are well thought out and baffle by their very simplicity. Every move you made was forced upon you when you returned from the opera. There are marks of the heater that Minnie kept in your room until just before you were due. She was no more sleepy than I am. It was a plant to practically compel you to open the window yourself. If you had not done so, Minnie would have had to do it herself, or they would have waited for another chance. The fact that you did it lessened the possibility of connecting her with the robbery. But how is it I didn't see the string? I distinctly remember that there was nothing on the corner of my dressing table when that wicked girl took off my collar. I'll show you, said Rossiter. In the first place, you must remember that you had no suspicions, and therefore had no reason for looking closely. I doubt even now that you know how you were tricked, if you will be able to see the snare that was laid ready for the moment that had been foreseen by Fayette and his wife. While we were talking, the detective went to the window and threw out a ball of fish line. As it curved downward, the ball unwound and fell within a yard of the spot where Fayette had waited for the collar and for death. The line hung straight down the side of the house, and when Rossiter closed the window, the remaining length of painted string blended with the wall and carpet. "Why, it is barely noticeable!" exclaimed Natalie. "You are right. I would certainly fail to see it unless I knew it were there." "Then how about this?" asked Rossiter as he brought the string up the back of the dressing table. "You can see what is knotted at the end of the string now? A piece of catgut." The detective nodded. "Now look," he said as he laid the loop of catgut flat on the lace cover. "It is almost invisible!" cried Miss Grandon. "Then Minnie had only to slip my collar through the loop and fasten the catch." "Of course. And the sound of your collar being jerked away was entirely covered by the noise that was made when Minnie fell. The racket was bound to make you turn around, and her scream was the signal for her confidant to haul away. That was the critical moment, but Minnie didn't trip or stub her toe by accident, for there is no crease or ruck in the carpet. That little lie she told helped some. The marks of the heater helped some more. And the rest was easy." The end of When Minnie Fell by Raymond Lester.